Wait, I lowered Spotify way too much. Hello? Bow! Surprise! Ow. Oh, I'm getting too fucking old for this shit, guys. Chat, I'm getting so fucking old for this shit. I'm getting so fucking old for this. Do you guys like this new angle? Also, Spotify is so loud. I can't think. I can't hear my thoughts. Hold up. Technical break. Where's Spotify? That's my brain. Alright. Hi! 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 Hello. Hi. It's me! It's me! Let me put chat over here. Falling sand. Hi, babies! Hi, Dwaybu. Hi, Cuppy. Thank you so much both for the... what's it called? I was going to call it cafe coins, but that's the other wife. That's the other wife. That's not me. I'm not even my own wife. That's the wife. That's the waifu. Thank you so much for the banana collectors. We've got... I don't think you can see Pancho, but he's here. Oh my god, this angle. I'm going to kill myself. Hola, mi amore. Hi, Dwaybu. How's everyone? How was everyone's Christmas? Merry Christmas, everyone. Oh my god, please come here. And just like he said... Work. I still need you to see the table. Is this okay? I need you to see me. This is a good angle, right? He told me. I'm so excited! I'm so excited. How was everyone's Christmas? Did we have a chill Christmas? That's what matters. That's literally what matters. It's chill Christmas, nothing else. I ate so much. My ass is fat. Damn right. My ass is fat. If there is one thing, my ass is fat. If there's a fact that I know about myself, is that my ass is fat. I'm doing good. I'm hiding upstairs from my Peblita and Peblito. Are those the cats? Are Peblita and Peblito the cats? It was just an ordinary day. Did you want it to be an ordinary day? Because for a lot of people, they just treat it as an ordinary day. God knows I didn't want to be as stressful as I was. I want it to be an ordinary day. I think this has music. What did y'all eat? Even if it was an ordinary day, okay? I think what matters for Christmas is what you eat. Right? No, my younger siblings. Ew. Why would the younger siblings be there? Oh my god, did I just... Ew. I just... all over. Why would they be there? I hate this angle. I hate this angle. Dulce, again, let me take you out before giving that information. Like, if we ever cross paths on the street, I wouldn't have to tell you that information. You would probably just take a look and notice that the ass is fat with a PH. I have a PhD on fat asses. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why it's PHAT, fat ass. Not the regular fat. Do you know what I'm saying? I ate baked ziti. What's that? Oh, baked ziti. Oh, yum. Chat, I encourage everyone. Okay, hold up. Oh my. Oh my. Hopefully I don't dox myself. Hold up. We don't talk about... Oh, you can't see. That's so sad. I'm not going to fix this now. I urge everyone to Google baked ziti. If you like me, you're dumb. I mean, I'm not calling you guys dumb, but I am pretty dumb. So I didn't know what ziti was, so I just Googled it. Oh my god! Tortellini and sausage and a sandwich. Damn right. Damn right. What about the dessert? What about the dessert? Oh, I didn't get to have... Okay, chat. I'm going to put it in chat. This is my favorite dessert ever. Kat doesn't like it. My wife doesn't like it. It's called Baba de Camille. What does it translate to? Baba the Camelo. The translation is really bad. Okay, it translates to camel slobber, but I promise that no camels are hurt during the process of making Baba de Camelo. Well, cows are hurt, unfortunately, because it does have milk. So, you know, animals do get hurt in the process, I guess. This is not great coming from a vegetarian, okay? This is not great. This is not great. Dulce, I am a gentleman. I don't just look at asses randomly. I'm too afraid of being seen as a creep. What am I? Clearly, I'm not a gentleman. You guys don't look at asses? That's really sad. That is really fucking sad. You don't look at asses? Like, you can look discreetly. Like, as long as they're like, woo woo, and catcalling. Like, you can notice something about a person, like how they have a very good personality. Personality, you know what I'm saying? A good personality with an ass. Personality, thank you. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're happy how you've hurt your cause forever. If you haven't noticed, today it will be a full playlist of musicals. So if this is not your vibe, yikes for you. That's really unfortunate. You're gay, you get a pass. Is it? That's not very feminist. Is it feministic of you? Is it? Or me, because I look at asses. That's not very feminist of me either. But you know, I look at everyone's asses, you know? It's well, they're there. If a man's ass is in front of me, like, what am I gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, I look at him like, okay, good material. What's your leg day routine like? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? What's your leg routine? And then a girl's ass is there, and I just take a peek. I'm like, oh, hi. I don't say hi. You know. Hi, Nico. Oh my god. Hi, Nico. Wait. Dwaybu, can we get a shout out for Nico, please? Hi, Nico. Welcome in, my love. It's so good to see you here. It's so good to see you here. Welcome in. We're absolutely fucking crazy in here. You just get in and we're talking about asses. Like crazy. Feminism supports women's wrongs. Thanks. Thank you very much. And we support the Luigi's wrongs. What? No! Innocent until proven guilty. What are you just saying? I am going to get myself in trouble. I don't care. Wait, Frankie, there's a Lego. Hi, Zoe. There's a Lego version of you on camera. Is it? Oh! Oh! That's me! That's me, except I cannot hit her notes. Okay, chat, here's the thing. Looks-wise, because I'm a fake blonde now, I'm definitely Glinda. Personality as well, you know what I'm saying? I'm a bimbo, pure through bimbo. But voice-wise, I'm a mezzo. I'm like a mezzo. So, I'm an Elphaba girly, at best. Brr, hi, Steve. Oh my god, so many of you. Thank you so much for the shout out for Nico. Of course, Nico. Sorry, I'm just catching up now. It's you. Hi, Zoe. How's everyone's Christmas? How's everyone's Christmas? Did you have a good time? I heard that Zoe had the best Lego presents ever. Zoe, I am so jealous, but obviously, you deserve it, girl. You go, Aran. You tell him that. That's his name, right? I'm terrible with names. I'm so sorry. It's Aran, right? You tell him. He did amazingly. Mwah. Me, support Luigi. Wahoo! We're talking about Luigi Mansion, y'all. What Luigi? Luigi Mansion from Super Mario. Oh my god, I have the funniest story. I told you, right? Okay. So, I hope you guys know the pseudo Luigi that we're talking about. It's definitely Luigi from Luigi Mansion. You know, definitely that one. So, for those that do know, that is the Luigi Mansion that we're talking about. My niece, she's like 11, but like, they know, okay? They know. And just to put it outside, I did not explain who Luigi actually was. If she Googled it or not, that's outside of my control. I'm not her mother. But she is on TikTok every single day. Okay, I'm looking up. My camera is right here, so I'm sorry, it's weird. Anyways, my niece is on TikTok the entire fucking time, and she probably would have seen the mansions, right? The mansions, the memes, right? She would have seen the memes. I'm like, did you see the meme? Do you know who Luigi is? Have you seen the memes? And she goes, oh, the one that goes wahoo on Super Mario, and I'm like, that one. yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. I did not explain any further, and my sister-in-law was just looking at me like that, like, I can't change this shit. Best game ever. I've never even played Luigi Mansion. I am so tempted to now. I am so tempted to now. Do you guys have any plans for New Year's, or just like me, are you going to just stay in and get drunk? Or not drunk, but just sleep? I've got my Pinot Grigio in the fridge. I'm gonna down the bottle and I'm gonna sleep like an angel tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Nico. I'm so glad you're doing well. Aaron, like Aaron. Aaron or Aaron? Aaron, you did so well, my love. Defying gravity, let's fucking go. I'm a musical baby. Are you a musical baby, Nico? Okay, my voice is fucked because I need to take one out because I can't hear my thoughts. My voice is so fucked because for the entire day I've been singing The Wizard and and I find The Wizard and I for me more difficult than Defying Gravity. Like this song that's playing right now. Yeah, damn right. I'm probably off key because this is on noise cancellation, so I can hear myself. Defying Gravity for me, easy peasy. Wizard and fuck me. When she goes, Hufflepuff's favorite team. Nope. No, I can't hit the team because I have a lot of difficulties with my mixing voice. When mixing my voice, I just can't do it. I just made a possible plan to go ice skating without me. Angelica, without me? Without me? Actually, chat, okay, I do have plans. It's not for New Year's, but I do have plans for the 1st of January. I'm gonna go see Hamilton the musical. Do you guys like Hamilton? You're also a musical. I watch a couple. I need to find more to watch. What's your favorite? What's your favorite? I love your things on that counter. This? Which counter? Wait. That counter or this counter? This? Look around. Okay, also sorry about that. I already opened it because this is how I know. Hamilton without me. Chat, I've been called out by Nico. Nico just called me out. Okay, in my defense, Nico, I already had the tickets before I met you. Please forgive me. How about one day a group trip and we all go see Hamilton or any other musical? Any other musical? Have you ever watched Six the Musical or listened to the soundtrack? I love that musical. Mostly, I'm biased. I love the Tudors. I tried drama classes, but I had bad anxiety, so I couldn't do it. I'm sorry about that, Nico. Did you at least enjoy the classes? And then, you know, maybe you're just your feelings overcasted up, but did you at least enjoy them? You know, if you ever want to look forward to in the future, I'm not here to solve anyone's problems. I feel like every time, I'm so sorry. Okay, I've realized something about me earlier, chat. That's actually, like, recently. I want to fix people's problems, but I'm not a therapist. But either way, this is a safe zone if you want to talk about it. And what I meant was, I always jump in to give people advice when they did not ask me for it. So if I ever come across like that, which I do, and you take it the wrong way, I am so sorry. I'm a pathological people pleaser, Taylor Swift once said. The desk with the wicked Lego. Sorry. But including a microphone and you look at me and say, thank you, Nico. You're so sweet. In my defense, she says LMAO. Who? What did I miss? Aaron said, I know. Oh my god. We love a confident man. You know what I'm saying? We love a confident man. What was I missing? The teacher kept pushing me and it was really hard. So I did it half a quarter. I'm sorry, Nico. You missed nothing, baby. What do you mean? I don't like missing things. I don't like missing things. I don't have a lot of great social cues. So I'm like, I like knowing stuff because I'm nosy. Would you ever try it? You know about it explained, don't worry, Nico, but would you try it again? Would you try it? Oh, Ariana Grande! What are you doing here, Loca? He heard you say we love a confident man and start giggling to himself. Damn right, bitch. You better laugh. You better laugh. Because we don't want to cry. You better fucking laugh. I'm telling him right now, you better fucking laugh for being a confident man. What am I saying? Anyways. Okay, this is already open because this is how you know I'm a LEGO fetus. A LEGO enthusiast fetus, as we used to say in the One Direction days when someone was new to the fandom or was really young. We would just call them fetuses. Like a fetus. You know? Not an actual baby, a fetus! Anyways, that's not the point. Let's not politicize the chat here. You can scan a QR code and you get points. And I bought this directly from the LEGO store in the Lisbon airport. Because apparently there's one. And that was a bad move of them because I spent a lot of money in that store. I can't hear my thoughts. I need to lower Spotify. Hold up. I can't hear my own thoughts. Look, it's Glinda. Let us be glad. What was I saying? Oh, but when I was at the LEGO store, they didn't ask for my LEGO account, and I already had one. So I was just like, okay, I know there's a QR code inside because this is a big set. I can just scan it and I'll get the points. So I'm on the website and I'm like, oh, I'm going to get like 400 points, and I got 20. Apparently no, it's seeming factually. You only scan the QR code, you only get 20 points. Excuse me for that. And if you buy directly from the LEGO store, or which I did, but they didn't ask for my account, I thought I could just scan it later. And or you buy from the website, you get the points, like the 400 that this set is worth. And I only got 20. So this is why the set is open. It's because of that. And flop. I emailed them being like, look, it was my first time buying a LEGO set. So like, can I get the rest of the points? I haven't replied yet. I might. I met friends closer to last year that helped my anxiety go in. Oh, I'm so happy, Nico. This is all a process. This is all a process. And I relate to that a lot, believe. You have to enjoy. And, you know, some things come to your life and you do them. And sometimes they immediately feel right and you feel so confident doing it, or like you really want to work on it. And other things you have to work on it or not at all. But if you enjoy it, that's all that matters. I'm looking for VA gigs. Let's fucking go. That is so great. At the same time, I'm studying college right now. What are you studying? Wait, Dolce, what's your sun sign? Okay, my big three. My sun is Taurus. I'm an Aries moon. And I'm a Sagittarius rising. What's everyone's big three? This is important. This is an important debrief. Frankie, I forgot you're an Aries or a Taurus. Look, I'm more of an Aries. Chad, this is what I need to explain. I'm more of an Aries than I'm a Taurus. I only have like 2 placements in Taurus. But I have a stellium, which is 3 or more placements in the same house on the same sign. And I have 1 stellium in Aries, and they're all like major signs as well. And I also have a stellium in Pisces, which does not go well. I'm a conflicted person, let me just say, chat. I'm a very conflicted person. And if I've missed anyone's comment on chat, I'm so sorry. Drink my dark eye beauty. Also, my favorite music is In the Heights. Music. I've never watched In the Heights. I don't think so, but it's on my list. I feel so bad. I'm sorry. I've heard it's great. I also want to watch Rent because of that viral song with Idina Menzel, which is like they're like lesbians, and I'm like, ooh, all right, I want this. Culinary classes. Oh my god, we have another chef in we've got another chef in chat. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot to link the TikTok. Hold up. It's a healthy, perfect little. Let me just pin my new TikTok. You heard my TikTok's just going off. Ignore that. What your honey, it's obscene. I'm just going to link it here. Did I miss everyone's plans for New Year's? Cuppy, did you say you were going to drink at home and sleep? But you know what? We're matching on that, bestie. We're matching on that one. December mini builds. At last she's dead and born. I don't really know the lyrics of this song. Never did. So if you haven't followed me on TikTok, consider that because I'm really fucking funny. And I'm pointing a knife on your neck. I'm not. My stars. Okay, let me make myself comfortable. Okay, let's go with Cuppy. No, Dwayne. Let's go by order. Gemini Sun, Gemini Rising, and Pisces Moon. Beautiful. Totally did not pull a face when you have triple Gemini. I thought you had triple Gemini. Is that you or Dante? And then Cuppy has Virgo Sun, hot. Pisces Moon, hot. Oh my god, you and Dwayne have Pisces Moon. That's it. You have Aries Rising. You're so fucking hot. That's so great. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're wicked. That's right. In the greatest of ways. Oh, I love that. I'm also fucking crazy, mate. Chef in chat. That's insulting, Dwayne. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? My star sign is Taurus. Mine too. Are you an April or a May Taurus? I think we're going to have a little tipple, as in like getting tipsy at home. Play our games and eat some good ass food. Damn right. Have you is Aaron building the Legos with you, or are you doing it yourself? And if so, whatever ways, have you guys you guys finished it? Don't look at me like that. You amaze me. Joke. Don't joke. Don't joke. No jokes. We take everything so seriously here. Like, I'm looking. Everything here, we take it so fucking seriously. Like, if you make a joke, you're out of line. Like, how dare you? Like, no, we take everything seriously. I am a very serious person. I can't even say it with a straight face. As Taylor Swift said in whatever song it is from Reputation, I can't even say it with a straight face. I'm Gemini Venus. Can I call you out? May Taurus, let's fucking go. You know who else is a May Taurus? Henry Cavill. And I have loads of May friends. Taurus May friends. Henry Cavill is unfortunately not my friend. Although I keep saying this. The other day I was talking to a colleague of mine. Guys, for the new ones here, I love celebrity goss. Which is not great because one day I'll become famous and these people will get to know me better, and then we will have all these VODs and they'll be like, you said shit about me years ago. I don't want to be your friend anymore. No! And I'm like, no, I won't get the free gifts and the free entry to VIP parties. That's so sad. Yeah, one day I'll be famous and then all these VODs will go back to will like haunt me. Go for it, call me out. Okay. How is the infinite love for fictional characters. Oh my god, Robin.
Dulce, I love you. Did you know that?
These hands could hold the world, but it will never be enough. Robin, why would you do that? Why would you do that? I love you more. Did you know that? Well, I really thank you for the lurky, Nico. I hope you're safe and I hope you enjoy the lurkies. How did I know that? Well, I would hope so. We are going to spend 3 hours in like a box. It's not a box, but you know, we're going to spend 3 hours watching a musical together. I would hope I knew you loved me because I love you more. You love and support me? Oh no, I love and support you. I don't want anyone to love and support me. I'm fucking deranged. I'll end up like Luigi one day. No, I won't! Luigi mansion. I'll end up like Luigi haunting the ghosts in his mansion. That's what I meant. So serious right now. So serious right now. Is that fictional character in the alert supposed to be the answer? Yeah. Actually, no. I will say the you have very acquaintant taste. As in like you have very acquaintant taste to feminine men. Does that make sense? Now, I was gonna say, is your love for like how's your infinite love for fictional characters doing, but not for actual real people? Cause same, Bessie. I'm a Pisces Venus, so like no one. I like build people up to. This is so toxic. I used to be so much worse, so much worse. But therapy, we work on that. You know what I'm saying? I have to literally stop myself a bit from building people up, and then them just not meeting my expectations, and I'm being like, I'm sad. I'm calling myself out. Like I've struggled with this in the past. Apparently some website told me I'm Aquarius Sun, Taurus Moon, and Leo Rising. I love Taurus's moons. My best friend is a Taurus Moon. Taurus moons have the best qualities because Taurus is the symbol of your mother. Why did I laugh? Why did I laugh? I don't know. Anyways, Taurus usually moon usually symbolizes your mother. And like having Taurus as a moon, like Taurus is such a grounding sign. It's such a good energy for a moon sign. And that's what you want from a mother, right? Why is my this bug? Okay, what? HyperX. How are you, Robin, by the way? I miss you so much. I can't wait to see you. I've got your present in the background. I don't think you can see it. Adventures. Okay. Why is this on 30,200 DPI? That's crazy. What did I miss? We're gonna hold hands and try not to sing. If you utter a word. I like the song. I love this. I Never Enough, right? That was the one that was playing when you... I love that song. Love that song. The Greatest Showman is my favorite movie. Dulce, the deranged is what makes you even hotter, respectfully. Oh my god, you don't have to be like that, Kofi. You don't have to do it like stop. Stop. I think it's from that. Don't fight me. It is. Don't worry, Nico. It's my favorite movie. I love that. I love Never Enough. Yes, I do. Do you know that because of the Gemini Rising or Gemini Venus? A very evasive placement. Also, stop. Yes, I am like... I am too, bestie. I'm a Taurus moon. That's so fucking hot. The moon is your mother. Damn right. The moon is your mother. Guys, if you built Legos in your life, am I the... Thank you for the banana collector, my love. Am I the only one that is a late bloomer to Legos? Because my brother used to love like... Oh my god, that's... Okay, it's not a little bag, but it's a chunky bag. Like, that's fatter than my ass. Actually, no, that's quite flat. Thank you for the banana collectors, you guys. You're keeping Pancho fed, imagine. Am I the only one that is a late, like, I don't want to feel alone. I don't want to be the only one that is a late bloomer to Legos. Like, all my TikTok is filled with Legos. I've been watching YouTube about Legos. I even bought a video game on Steam that is on sale. Brick Builder, I believe. And if we have time today, I might play it. And I also have it on my phone. I have the Builder's Journey, which is really cute, very cozy. I totally did not stay until 1 a.m. playing that Lego game yesterday. Apparently this has, oh my god, this has a QR code, so probably a song. Hopefully this QR code. Did you guys see the, excuse me, did anyone else see that drama of that wicked.com link? Do not, I mean, you can go and Google it. I do not suggest it if you are adverse to like corn, C-O-R-N, with a P instead of a C. Because on that, either the Elphaba or Glinda Barbie doll or whatever it was, it had a website on the back and it said wicked.com. And when you put the website wicked.com, it takes you to a corn with a P website. You know what? You do you, boo. You know what I'm saying? You do you. Like, we don't kink shame in here. We just don't. My tuxedo cat had 20 bags. That's how many bags does the Titanic set have? Me reading Gemini Venus. You might be erratic in the gift of your affections. Preferring multiple relationships or different types to a steady one. Have you considered polyamorous? Whatever is a word. Have you considered the poly thing? Because if I identify with that, also no, because you're a Taurus moon, aren't you? So you have, okay, cool. It's your journey, babes. Do you know what I'm saying? It's your journey. This is why I like astrology. It's free for the most part. It's easily accessible. Contrary to therapy. Do you know what I'm saying? If you can't afford therapy, go with astrology. Please do not take advice from me. If you have serious conditions, please contact the NHS or whatever is the nearest healthcare system. Please take care of yourselves. Do not listen to this person. I am fucking crazy in the head. I do not give good advice. I am terrible. I am depressed. I've been depressed for like, I'm 26. I've been depressed for 20 years of my life. Because I know the day at 6 years old that I started getting depressed. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk. Do not listen to me, please. Do not listen to me. Go to therapy. Lord. I'm a Pisces moon, not a Taurus moon. Same thing. Same, mesma coisa, as we say in Portuguese. Same thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Poly 10 out of 10 would recommend. Damn right. Damn right. I've like asked myself about it. I'm just like, I'm too jealous for this shit. I'm a very jealous person. Always have been. I don't think any amount of therapy would ever... I'm not like jealous to the sort of possessiveness. I would like to be a poly person because, you know, it seems so much fun. Like, when done well, it seems so much fun. You guys are the crake, as I say. You guys are the fucking crake. I'm so jealous. I can't. Because I'm a very jealous person, didn't you know? It seems so much fucking fun. Don't worry, I'm in therapy already. Good. Good. Take care of yourself. Book in with Frankie for therapy. Gotta... No. When Mariah Carey said it's time, she did not say it was time for therapy with Frankie. She said it's time for fucking Christmas. So buckle up for that. Not therapy with Frankie. No. Frankie, chill. You can't just get rid of depression with therapy. My guy, I've tried. My babes. My person. I've tried. It just doesn't go away. It's worse than a plague. You know what I'm saying? It's just worse than that. I am fucked. We're all fucked for eternity. So I likely have BPD, so Polly would really mess with me. I don't know what to say to that because, again, I'm just as cuckoo in the greatest of ways. I don't think you're cuckoo. I think you're my Piblito. I think you're my Piblito. But you know, it's fun to consider options. You don't always have to go for them. Just like I always don't have to say what I think. It's just it's so hard not saying what you think, chat. I want to just like say stupid shit all the time and I can't because common sense and decency. What even are those? Poly is a lot of fun, but alright. Actually, it's 4 bags. One, no, 5 bags. That's crazy. And it has stickers. Oh, John, I hate stickers. Definitely not for everyone. And you know, as long as we know that, as long as we question ourselves about those things, and we know that, it's like, okay, genuine question, because as much as I've been queer for a lot of my life, I still feel like I'm a baby. Is being poly like within the LGBTQ/queer sphere? Count with Dolce. How many bags do you see, chat? Yeah. How many bags do you see, chat? I said 4, but it's no, I said 3. Then I said 4. It's now 3 or 4. Okay. We've got, okay, let's count with Frankie, chat. It's time to open the skews. We've got 1. We've got 2. Wait. We've got 3. And let me put this to the side. We've got 4. And you guess it, we get a 5. Open the skews. This is why I'm demisexual. Damn right, babes. Damn right. Do you know who else is demisexual that I found out recently? At least I think. At least I think he is. Lucanis from Dragon Age. Oh, Chad, I had a so I had to stop playing Dragon Age the Veilguard on stream because my CPU like was going fucking bazookas. Like, it's crazy. And I swapped the thermal paste, but it's still like not great. I need to apologies for that. I need to upgrade my CPU and my graphics card soon. It's time, you know. It's time for that. So I've been I can play it off stream on high settings, no biggie. And I also play it on my Steam Deck. And I think I posted it on Blue Sky on Saturday, the day after I returned from Portugal. I scored a 14-hour session of Dragon Age. That's like way more than a normal working day for me. Like, my hip hurts. My hips, they do lie. My hips do lie. They hurt. Like, I ain't no Shakira. My hips do fucking lie, bitch. It's not specifically LGBT, but basically everyone I know who is poly is also queer. 5 out of 5 would count again. Thank you so much for letting me know, Robin. I appreciate you guys educating me. Like, I feel like I still don't know enough about queerness in general, so I'm very glad that you guys answer my question like that. You know, just want to put that out there. I really appreciate you guys. Please though. Oh god, this chat. I'm gonna start crying. I'm actually being so fucking serious right now. I've had this was the worst week ever for emotions. I cried so much. Did you guys also cry this week? Because guys, I cried so much this week. I will buy this game. You will? It's on sale right now. Make sure that you got a PC that can run the game. Because that game is CPU intensive. And GPU as well. Graphics card as well. Oh, I'm sweating my tits off. Not literally, but... Let me reapply some... How's my face? No, you can do it. Okay, are we ready to stop building it? I will buy this game. Yeah, I think... I had so many problems with auto saves. Robin, I was able to solve it. Basically, EA and BioWare are fucking shit. So it's because of Steam Cloud. If I disable Steam Cloud, I still run into issues, but I can delete saves from my Steam Deck for some reason, but I can't on my PC. And autosave works on my Steam Deck, but doesn't work on my PC for some fucking reason. Hi, Chia! Your eye makeup is so stunning. Okay. Okay, it's pink on top, and it's yellow underneath. So it's pink for Glinda, and it's yellow for that yellow outfit that she has in a musical, and for the yellow brick road. You know, for the week from the Wicked musical. Easter eggs, guys. I'm so thoughtful. How are you? How are you, Chia? How was your Merry Crisis? How was your crisis? Your crisis, your Christmas, as in Merry Crisis Christmas. How are you, my love? I miss you so much. We have a lot of bags. Also, this is beefy. Can I finish it tonight? It's like 500 pieces. And I hate stickers. Hate stickers. Oh, can I get a shout out for Chia, please? Because if you haven't followed Chia, what the fuck? Side eye. Bitch. We stan. Oh, I stan you. I feel like polyamory is LGBTQ because it's not normalized. The only gray area would be if a man had 7 wives or a woman had 7 husbands. I feel like it's a poly triangle where everyone dates everyone. That's pretty queer. But that's my analysis. Oh no, might throw me out. I am the worst pansexual with my 3 boys. No, you're not. You like who you like. Who fucking, like, I care, but like, who negatively fucking cares? Do you know what I'm saying? Let's just mind everyone's business. Let's still talk about these things in an open conversation, but like, let's mind our business. It's what I was saying the other day. Let's stop tweeting. Let's start sending the emails. I'm just messing. What was I saying? Where was I? Christmas was great, but girl, my social battery is low. I can imagine, my love. It can be quite intensive. Did you have loads of great food? Don't you have something important to tell you? What is it, Capi? I'm just going through everything. Have you had a message mail? What do you mean, Zoe? Confused. Have I had a message? I'm not sure. Thank you for the shout out. Please go chat. Oh my god, I have something in my eye. Please do go follow Chia. She's so lovely. Are you still playing Valorant, my love? Even off stream or something? What was everyone's favorite present? I need to show you guys my favorite present. Actually, I have 2. This was from my sister-in-law and my brother. It was so cute. And this was from my mother, and this is my favorite present. One of my favorite presents. It's this. Oh, it's so cute. She just knows me so well sometimes. It's like glasses accessories, and it reminds me a lot of Glinda, and it's just so cute. I'm truly becoming a boomer, like an old granny, like a hot one. You know, an old hot granny. Like these things, that's so cute. I love it. And then my niece got me a beautiful gold turtle necklace. I left it in Portugal. I was so drunk at night that I took it off midnight during the night, and then I misplaced it, and my mom found it after I had arrived in the UK. Hey, if you're pan, you're LGBT. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. I mean, I don't know, because you know what? I had a choice and I still was sleeping with men. I do not recognize myself from like, not even March. I just don't recognize her anymore. I'm just messing. No, you don't have a choice. You're forced. I think you should check your mail electronically. What do you mean? Like Discord? Which mail? How'd you have my email? How'd you have my email? What do you mean? A toast to the groom. You do have, I thought you meant my personal email. Okay, chat. I fucking love you, Zoe. I am not going to show the email, for privacy reasons, obviously. But I'm going to read it out loud. So Zoe just grabbed my my Twitch email. I fucking love you, Zoe. Can I read it, Zoe? Can I read it? Because it can be private. We do not. Okay, we can do patient. We can do patient oversharing here. Okay, so the title of the email, the subject of the email is appointment. And Zoe says, "Hi, wifey." Can we just imagine emailing your own wife for an appointment? "Hi, wifey. So I'm emailing you to book my appointment with you for therapy. Please let me know when when you're next available. Love you lots like jelly tots." Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, wifey. XOXO. I'm pissing myself right now. I'm pissing myself. I'm not, but I'm pissing myself right now. Oh, my cheeks hurt. Why would you do that? I do not recommend this therapy. I'm not even a therapist. Zoe, you're fucking hilarious. Did you know that? Did you know that? I might just steal you from Aaron. I might just steal you from him because I want a really fun wifey for me. I'm pissing myself. Why would you want therapy with me? No, guys, I've listed like 1, 3, 4 red flags minimum just on this stream alone tonight. Like minimum 4 red flags. The pathological people pleaser, the Pisces moon building up people to unrealistic expectations and then being sad over that. Having an Aries stellium, which makes me fucking crazy in the head, and the Luigi references. 4 red flags just there. Why would you want that? As your therapist, that's fucking crazy. I shall wait for my appointment to be emailed through. I don't even know. How do I chat? Okay, help me make up an email for Zoe. Like, how would you reply to Zoe? How would you reply to Zoe? Frankie, she has a point. I'd book an astrology appointment with you to read my chart and explain in great detail what it means. No, but I can give you my astrologist socials. Also, I did call you out earlier. I think that counts as reading. If we already did that, which we might have, I forgot. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient that you forgot? That is very Pisces moon of you. Insane, because I'm a Pisces moon. Don't cry, Zoe. Why would you cry? I can give you my time of day. Guys, you want... Is it legal to show my QR code on stream so you guys can get like free 20 points? Is that legal? Chat, okay, I've seen these things all over TikTok. This is going to be my... Don't mind the state of my nails. I had fake nails this week and they're fucking embarrassing. Also, my hands are so hot. Hello. And anyways, this is my first Lego thingy that takes off the Lego thingy. It's so cute. I've seen it all over TikTok and I'm 1 and 1. Dear Zoe, let's get together on xx/xx/xxxx. Oh, a porn website. Nice, good. That's a great start for a therapy appointment. At xx. Oh, cock. Love, wifey the milkies. I'm going to start signing all of my emails like wifey the milkies. A separator brick. Damn right. I also got stickers and I'm dreading this. Oh my god, it's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. Okay, Zoe, what would you like to discuss in therapy? If you want to talk about it, you know, please, unserious business. For like not actual serious. Let's go with unserious business. Hi, Bessie. Hi, how is Lego? Can I just say, chat, Dragon Astro 1000 was the one to influence me to buy that Lego brick Tail game on Steam that was on sale, because yesterday, I don't know what you and Maisie are up to, okay? But like, all I see on the side is you and Maisie starting Lego Lord of the Rings, and I'm just like, what the fuck are these bitches doing? In the best of ways, you know what I'm saying? Just like, Astro is playing Lego Lord of the whatever. Maisie is playing that. I'm just like, what are you guys doing? So you influenced me to buy Bricktails. Whee! That flew. How are you? How was your Christmas? Oh, you got another one. You got another one. Okay, we're building Glinda first. Let me up Spotify. I love the song. My nose feels runny. I think it's the allergies. And there's an ad starting in 5 minutes. Thank you for the lurky, Dwayne. Dante tags in and I tag out. You have lunch. It's 8 o'clock. What time is it for you? I mean, hey Google. What time is it on the Eastern Coast?
The time in the East Coast of the United States is 3:16 p.m.
Okay. Okay. Guys, I've got my first Lego separated brick. Lego games are great. So I'm fighting it because yesterday excuse me, I just had my tea. I installed it also on my phone, the Lego Builder's Journey game. Oh my god, so much fun. Stayed up until 1 a.m. I want to say. Okay, let me take my mouse out of here. Can you, is that, oh. What have I done? I don't know what I've done. Why are my tits on display? Please. Hold up. BRB. What the fuck was that? I clicked a button and my phone just left the app, the Elgato app. Let me snooze the ads. We played Lego Lord of the Rings and now we're playing Lego Pirates of the... Did you get all the games on sale? What is it do... Not a Lego on my chest. Why is he lagging? I'm fuck. Is it lagging for you guys? Probably. Oh wow. What the fuck? What the absolute fuck? It's delayed for me for fucking... Okay, that will have to do. RIP camera, don't tell me. Fuck me. I do my best, Chad. Are the Lego games short-ish? That you can... Have you guys fully finished Lord of the Rings? You'll take this as I don't... We're not doing a therapy session, babes. Is this... let me take my fucking mouse out of here. Is this okay for you guys? Minus the tits. Please don't objectify me. Is this okay? Can you guys... Did you guys prefer this? Or like the other one? background. That is a Tamagotchi indeed. Dante offered it for me last year for my birthday, I believe. Or was it Christmas? Not quit. It doesn't have battery. Yeah. Sorry, it died. I let it die. What's the Lego Builder's Journey like? I saw it on the list of good Lego games. Very cozy. I like the atmospheric music and vibes of it. But it feels a lot like, have you ever played Unpacked? It feels very much like that game. It has, I think it has a music. I think it has a story from what I've understood. I think it has like a story. And it seems like Candy Crush in the sense that you have a lot of levels. Not now, but I don't think it was. Can you? No lag then. Oh, thank fuck. You were never allowed one. Is that when you were younger? Hi, Chimney Wife. Oh my god, I am so shy. I am lagging for some fucking reason, and I don't know why. I am so shy all of a sudden. Oh my god, my other wifey is here. How are you, Chimney? Welcome in. I need to start this. Oh my god, it's been an hour. And others are going to pop in soon. How are you? How was your quiz? I know we've spoken since, I believe, like during Christmas season. But how are you, my love? Are you on break right now? Are you having a good time? I Oh my god! Look! It's Glinda! You had a Furby? See, I never had a Furby. Those are like the ugly ones, right? And I mean this in a good way. Like the, what everyone calls like the cute ugly ones. You can take me down. Also, Chad, this seems to be... Why am I lagging? Why am I lagging? Don't lag. I get overwhelmed easily. Please don't lag. To get these 2 pieces. Is that okay? No Frankie today. No Frankie today. Jokes. All right. I'm right here. That's a weird position. Stop it. I get nervous. Guys, I know I seem like all over the top, which I am, but that's just to compensate for the fact that I'm fucking shy. I am very shy. Oh, the cross goes here. I wish like the Lego snapped loud enough for you guys to hear. But you're so pretty and so lovely. Of course I get nervous. Every time I see my wife is in chat, I get nervous. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Holiday was quite chill. Hope for you too. Just glad it's almost over. In a sense, yeah. I'm glad to hear it was okay. Did you have good food? Mine was good. Mine was like, well, I think I was telling you guys like last week. Something always happens. Why am I lagging? Okay, hold up. Give me a second. Let me. Hi, I'm gonna go on the floor now. It was nice knowing you guys. Ah, that's because I'm on Wi-Fi, sir. Some fucking reason. I don't want to be on Wi-Fi. Oh well. I'm not having. Let's see. Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. Fuck. Okay, let me. I think I know the reason. Actually, where's iTunes? Hold up. It's because I'm using Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi at night is fucking like actually disgraceful. I think in 45 seconds when the ads pop up, I'm going to quickly pop in a loo. I know I'm like, we've been yapping for an hour, which I love it. I should stop with the games and should just do Legos and yapping. I should just, hi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous followers in case, you know, you want to lurk or stuff. But I really appreciate you following and I hope you're doing well. And if you want to say hi in chat, so much more than welcome. But otherwise, welcome in. I'm going to pop this on the back of my computer. Hello. Hopefully this is on USB now. What did I miss? It was my brother's, then I had it, then my parents lost it. Wow. They just didn't want you walking around. You're too cute. No, you're cute. Furbies are the scary looking things. Yeah, I think they are. Like the ones with the crazy hair. Too far. Sadly, food didn't turn out as it should have, but it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. What did you have? Why am I still lagging? So, all good. I'm so glad to hear that. Welcome in, love waving. Of course, you're more than welcome for lurking, my love. Welcome in. Stinky Wi-Fi. It shouldn't even be on Wi-Fi. Sorry, I'm showing my arm. Okay. If you can still see me, I'm gonna go on the toilet. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hi. Hopefully my camera stops lagging. Let's see. Oh, you're still in ads. Ah. I still haven't fucking started building this thing. I am the worst. Zoe, I think that is like the funniest Furby I've ever seen. And it's like, it looks like Bibble. It looks like Bibbles. Wait, okay, let me. Hi, welcome back from ads, everyone. Zoe, if you can hear me, you know Bibble from. Why am I lagging? Why am I lagging? Welcome. Hi, Sophie. Sorry, I'm overwhelmed right now because my camera is lagging and I don't know what to do. How are you, Sophie? How are you, my love? I am lagging hardcore and I don't know why. There are mountains. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm lagging. How do I know if I'm on the USB? Yeah. I just paid money for this thing today. I'm actually pissed. Okay, let me... Ugh. 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 Hopefully this stops because I swapped to USBs. Okay, what did I miss? Google said it's called sauteed. I don't know if I was right. Is that like, is that a German dish? It's so cute. It looks like Bibble. Oh, forgot to answer. Before my Christmas was good. Thank you. Didn't do much other than chill with the fam and Maisie, which was nice. I'm so glad she was there with you guys. And I did saw everyone's B-reels. How was going back home? It was amazing. It was very chill. I interrupted myself the other week before stream. No, during stream, I was like, something always happens during Christmas, and I hope nothing happens, which didn't. Other than me absolutely fucking losing it and just crying. So, like, to be vulnerable, Chad, this was probably the worst goodbye I ever had to say to my family for some reason. I know the reasons. I don't want to really go into it, but yeah, Chad, it's so hard to say goodbye to your family when you're moving, when you live abroad. And I think for years now, I've been so... Not the time, Mamma Mia, not the song. We need a sad song right now. For years, I've just masked the feelings, you know? And I never really felt the need to miss home for some reason as much as I did this time. So saying goodbye to them was very hard this year. And it was very, very sad. Yeah. I don't want to cry, but it was Chad, you know, and I support vulnerability to an aspect. I'm not actually crying, by the way. Doing a sad voice. I am sad, but I'm not actually crying, okay? I promise. But oh, can you see? Is this good? Is this good? Do you guys enjoy this view? As in for the Legos. Yeah, and fuck was it hard to say goodbye to them this year. Fuck was it hard. Very hard. But it was good. Sorry, that was a very long explanation as to why it was a great Christmas. It was a great Christmas. I only cried like 3 times. No biggie. I did play a lot of Dragon Age, and hopefully I get to finish it this week. But honestly, Dante, I'm so glad Maisie was there with you. I'm glad you had a great time. And I hope can you send love and kisses to your mum? I'm not giving Sophie, sorry, I'm going to go back to you. I want to give attention to Sophie. I'm so sorry. I'm good, thanks. Dragon aging as usual. Are you still on, or oh, you're doing the DLC? You're doing the DLC. Oh my god, I haven't forgotten. Chad, if you haven't joined the Discord though, I have a Discord now if you want to join, and I will create a Dragon Age channel because I love Dragon Age. Apparently I love Dragon Age, chat. I will create. Should I go back to like this view? Is this okay? You guys can still somewhat see me. Is this okay? Get out of here, mouse. I want you two guys to see me, you know, because I'm so pretty. You're playing the DLC. How is it going? And also, Chad, if you haven't joined the Discord, I recommend you do. And I'm going to create a Dragon Age channel, and I just need to figure out how to edit the roles on like the post. How's the Lego going? Well, we're like an hour and a half in, and I barely started it. I'm like, this is as far as we've gone. But it's fine, because today I logged into work and I realized I don't have work tomorrow. Scandalous. So I can stay up late like a bad kid. Unless you can jump. What have I missed? Would you like a video of Lily that will make you feel, oh, I'm so glad for you. I'm so grateful for you, Zoe. Of course I would. I love pets. What's your hours looking like on Dragon Age now? Why are you asking? You can just check. You don't have to ask me in public. That's fine, chat. I will let you know. Right now on Dragon Age the Veilguard. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad. No, you're right. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. You're right. No, it's not bad. It's terrible. Hold up. How bad? I don't think you want to know. Soaring. Sorry for the big, like, where's Steam? 150 hours. Chat, 150 hours. Quack. Thank you for the quack, because I can't hear it for some reason. 150. Chat, I haven't finished the game yet. I haven't finished the game yet! Mind you, if you go on how long to beat, it will say like it takes 70, 80 hours to 100% the game, which is somewhat what I'm trying to do, minus the chests because they're a fucking pain to get. I'm 150 hours in. Okay, if you take 25, which is how much I have in my other save, my mage save, that's still 125 hours. I need to rethink my life. Let me see this video. Oh, look at the baby. Oh my god. Oh, they're so easy. So easy. Oh, I love your cat. Wait, is that Lily? Did you say that was Lily or Bobby? I did it in 55. How? I was just saying that. I was about to say that. How? How did you do that? How did you do that? Robin, tell me your ways. Did you like do a lot of achievements as well? What color is this? It's white, I think. Now we're breaking free. Right? It's white. This is faith. Oh, my voice sucks today. Right? I'm not showing this. Oh my god, okay. I need to return to normal. Okay. We're back. I didn't have any issues not to. Oh yeah, chat. To be fair, I lost a lot of hours because of the issues with autosaves that I had. Yeah, that didn't help. But I'm not gonna lie, I faff around on that game a lot. Not that I just sit idly. I faff around a lot. Do not ask me to put stickers on the shit. No, I'm not going to do stickers. I don't want to do stickers. Why? I don't want to do stickers. I don't want to do stickers. Look, we have a bit of pink. We've got a bit of pink. It's Lily. She looks so... I want to give her kisses. Well, I can't find the sticker. That's a problem. That's not the sticker. Where's the sticker? 8. What do you mean 8? I don't understand. Am I missing something? I love this. Oh, yeah. Shit, it fell on the floor. Oh, I'm locking again. Okay, it's number 8. A 6. I need a tweeter. Hold up. Lily is so pretty. But yeah, chat, I had a lot of issues with Dragon Ages. As I was saying earlier, it doesn't... Why am I logging? One short day in the Emerald City. My PC doesn't auto-save the game for some reason, but it does on the Steam Deck. And then... So Dragon Age has like a cap of... Has a cap of 100 saves that you can have. So once you reach 100 saves, you need to delete... Oh, fuck do I do this? Okay, let me see if I can... You have to delete saves. And I can't... It doesn't let me on my PC. But it does let me. Not even. It's tough. 100, how much do you save? A lot. Again, it's because the game doesn't... I don't have that problem on my Steam Deck with, like, saving a lot because the game auto-saves. Oh, and the 100 saves don't count with temporary chapter saves and auto-saves. Those don't count. It's manual 100 saves that you can have. It's 100 manual saves that you can have at the same time. But because of my PC, for the most part, I was playing on my PC. So I was just like, Robin, why is it that the game doesn't bloody auto-save? And then I started playing more on the Steam Deck when I went to Portugal. And I realized the game does auto-save on the Steam Deck, not on the PC for some fucking reason. It's a bug, most likely. What was I going to say? But I do save a lot because... So the way you have a lot of fights leading up to the bosses... It's just the way the quests are done. You have a lot of smaller-ish fights leading up to the bosses. Like, they're not easy, even on just a, like, adventurous mode, which is, as we call, like, medium difficulty, I think. They're not easy. So I save a lot leading up to the bosses. I do save a lot. I deleted a bunch of saves. I'm already on 88. So actually I've reached 90 today, before stream. So I'll need to start deleting them in a bit. I'm about the same in Origins right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, 150. Let's fucking go. I know you're enjoying Origins. How is the DLC going? I've just popped a video of Bobby in so you can see the difference between them. I love you so much, Zoe. Bobby's here too, looking grumpy because we're not giving him ministry since he's demanding. Oh my god, let me see this. The dead stare. Oh, I love that. He's literally just side-eyeing you. He's we've got a welcome. Welcome in, Shimmy. My love. Welcome in. But I do save a lot. But it was getting to me so much, like the difficulties with the saves, that I started hating this game for a bit. I was just like, Robin, I can't. Like, this is not even a Dragon Age game, blah, 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 blah. Oh my god. Oh, wait, shit. Did I fuck this up? I don't get it. Oh, okay. If I stop showing the Legos, let me know. Like, if you don't like the angle, please just let me know, my loves. Because I do start, like, doing this and blah, blah, blah. I need to go back to Origins, but at the same time, I know that I am going to stop replaying. I'm going to finish Dragon Age of Veilguard, and I'm just going to continue my mage save that I already have, because I'm going to romance Lucanus, despite knowing that. Oh, I will say, like, I'm frustrated with the game in the sense that there's barely any fucking romance. Did I do this wrong? I'm gonna sneeze. You like this? Promise you. Yeah, okay, no, that's right. Two good friends. Two gay friends. That's what they are. Sorry. Oh, my allergies are killing me. It's pretty much just more of Origins. It adds a couple of companions. Can you romance them? One of them I really love already. Who is it? Who is it? So, I had never got to the DLC in Origins. Is it just a completely separate story and you get a new character, or do you get the same character? How would that work with a new romance? Divorce. Beheaded. We're just building Glinda. Also, I don't think I said it quite. I just forgot to mention it. I mentioned it and then I just moved on because head. But this is a new type of Lego that Lego is doing. So, like, let me go get my other Lego. I built this one during the weekend. I also got it when I went to. Oh, for fuck's sake! I am lagging. How bad is the lag, guys? I don't know why it's doing it. So this is regular Lego that we know of, and then they're like something different when like the texture. You see, like the skirt, they're doing like differently. It looks like different Lego. It's cute. I'm a noob. I'm in love with Lego. The way I feel that Lego makes me feel, my brain works. Despite the delay, because obviously I'm chatting with you guys and I want to chat with you guys. But makes my brain work. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like my brain works well building Lego because, oh my god, my allergies are killing me and I don't know why. Like, my brain goes vrr. You know how they say that a certain white drug that I'm not 100% in favor of, and I personally do not consume those kind of drugs, but you know how they say, like, people who suffer or go through symptoms of ADHD or have ADHD really like that powder? It's how I feel. It's how I feel with Lego. It makes my brain brr. Beheaded life. What am I missing on chat? Sigrun, he's a dwarven rogue. Oh, I love rogues. Suddenly, I don't think you can romance any of them. That's so sad. You can either import your character from the end of the main game or create a new one. But yeah, it's completely separate. The only musical event. What, do you like it? Dante, Maisie, and I went to see it last year. It was amazing, despite the fact that we had two women singing the entirety of the musical. I think they were drunk. I didn't think. Dante said they appeared drunk. And they were just like, Heart of Stone was playing, and they sang the high notes, and I was getting fucking pissed. I shushed them maybe once. I don't think it was more than that. I don't think I shushed them more than that. How the fuck do you do that? Please me. I wish you could romance them on the DLC. Do you guys think Did BioWare or EA say anything about creating DLC for Veilguard? Did they say no? Did they say they're not? Did they pull a Nintendo like with Tears of the Kingdom and they said we're not going to create any more DLC for this game? Why? Milk us. Literally milk our money. For fuck's sake. Funny how we all just go stop and never boundaries break up our ears. I'm the Catherine. If I mess up the lyrics, mind your business. Outside of a way to lock up your husbands. Oh, 6 is so good. You should could romance the characters. Maybe do you like? Are there any mods for the DLC? It's only camera lag, not the audio, which is weird, but it's not bad. It's the Elgato thing. Instead of connecting to my USB, it's connecting to my Wi-Fi, and as you know, my Wi-Fi isn't the greatest. Especially not while streaming. The fuck am I gonna do this? Guys, these look like nipples. I didn't know we were going to be creating Glinda's nipples. And not to sexualize her, but like, they're just nipples, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know we were going to be creating titties in this fucking build. My god. I hope I'm doing this right. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. What the fuck is this? I can barely see it. They said no DLC. What? What? I need to create. Oh, okay, it's the legs. It's the legs. That is uncanny. It's obscene. Wow. Do they just not want to milk us out of money? Like, okay. Elden Ring had a DLC after they said no DLC. A girl can have her hopes up, you know what I'm saying? I'm so frustrated with the romance on Dragon Age. I love the story, I really do, despite some things contradicting like the lore, but to be frank, from what I understand of Dragon Age, everything contradicts everything in Dragon Age. Like every game contradicts itself, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's a metaverse for the metaverse and within the Omegaverse, and then there's a double Omegaverse, you know? Very weird. Couldn't escape if I wanted to. Oh, it's here. Pink on pink on pink. What was I going to say? Yeah, I'm very frustrated with the romance on this Dragon Age. Let's just say that in Dragon Age Origins, I already slept with Zevran. And I'm about to sleep with Liliana. I have to lurk for a bit. Good luck with the bill. Of course, my love. Safe lurks. Thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure having you. I hope you enjoyed Dragon Age, and I hope to see you in a bit, my love. And I shall try to finish this build tonight. Because to be honest, I don't have work tomorrow. Yeah, I just logged into work, realized little old me had booked annually for tomorrow. And you know what? Slay. Couldn't escape if I wanted to. So right now I'm just organizing these. And we have a lot of pink. Let me take these out of frame. Take this out of frame. This is like 500 pieces. It was not a monkey. What was it? The goat from the Chinese zodiac that I built. That one was freaky. That was like 800 pieces. They're very tiny, 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 tiny. They're like super, super tiny. That was stressful. My fate was to be with you. Oh, my allergies are kidding me. 10-10! Hi, baby! Ooh! Hi, Conde! Oh, my! I don't know if they're... so... How do I shout out? I don't know my name. Welcome in, you babies. Is that the right thing? Did I do it right? Did I do it right? Please tell me I did it right. Yay, I did it, people. Go follow Tintin. Hi, babies. How are you? Were you playing? What were you playing? Wait, let me see. What were you playing? Was it Overwatch? How are you, Tintin? Welcome in. Welcome in, Kondu. So what did I hear about the Omegaverse? Do you know what? I've never read an Omegaverse book. I was talking about how Dragon Age games contradict themselves. And it's just like an Omegaverse within the Omegaverse. Have you got any Omegaverse books to recommend to me? Or like any Omegaverse media? Asking for a friend. Not recommend to me, you know. Anyways, Chad, welcome in today. And to answer your question, our building this lovely thing that I got myself for Christmas because I love Wicked. I love Wicked. I love Wicked. How were games? How were games? Did you win loads of games? Would you be interested in playing Overwatch one day? And you can absolutely say no. You can absolutely say no. But if you're ever free one day, I would love to play Overwatch with you. I am a Moira DPS. Calling myself out on that. Are you playing comp? Were you like playing alone? Hope you guys are well. And you know, did I do that right? Dwayne, thank you so much. And you know, guys. Wait, did I miss? Let me take a break. As I was going to say, guys, you're so much more than welcome to stay here. I love having you guys here. But as we say, hot girlies, raid and run. You played with Kondu, let's fucking go. Tuga representation. Also, Kondu, just for the matter, you may think I'm like, I don't know, this is just me being self-conscious, but when I'm like, Tuga representation, I don't know if you know, it's a mesa portuguesa. So if you were ever in that, I'm also, I think you're the Portuguese one, right? I'm not like tripping here because I really think you're the Portuguese one. But if you're not, let me know. But from what I heard in Cat streams, I'm like, you're Portuguese. He is, damn right. It's a mesa portuguesa. That's why I'm always like, Tuga representation when you pop in chat. And I'm like, hi babes, hi, I see you. You knew. Ooh, you're not an imposter, Tintin. What do you mean? Oh, do you love Encanto? Oh, I love Encanto. It's one of my favorite movies. Oh, I love this movie to pieces. 2 pieces. I cry every time. I cry every time. So because today is kind of like, you know, we're building a Wicked. So if I'm sniffling a lot, for some reason my allergies are fucking killing me. Because we're building a Wicked set, I thought we would have like a full-on musical playlist just blasting. Because, you know, that's cute. That's cute, I think. That's cute. We're building Glinda right now. We're everywhere. We're everywhere. We dominate the world. Oh my god. Please don't go away. Please don't go away. Don't fly from me. These things were just rolling out. They were just rolling out. Right now we're building her legs. So you stayed 1-7, lost 7. All right, that's still progress, especially with how Overwatch scoring works. I have a vinyl record. There's a vinyl record of Encanto. I actually didn't know that. I didn't even know Disney did those. I wouldn't think Disney to do vinyls. I feel so silly now. You have a cold, baby. Go have a... What have I done? Maybe go have a nice hot shower before bed or bath. A nice tea. Have you eaten anything? Have you eaten anything, my love? You know, colds are not fun. It's wrong. The cold never bothered me anyway. We have so many musical babies. I feel like I found my niche with you guys. Like, we have so many musical babies in here. I love it. He got me a record player in the vinyl for our first anniversary. Oh my god, Kondu, that is so sweet of you to do. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow. That is so sweet of him to do. That is an amazing present. Anywhere I go in London, I can hear the Portuguese from miles away. This is why I have to be so fucking careful when, because I swear a lot. I don't know if you're like this, but like where I come from, nós dizemos bués, we swear a lot, you know what I'm saying? I always have to be fucking mindful of what I'm saying. Even like in English, I don't think the things I say in Portuguese are deranged. Deranged. In an acceptable way, I find, but still fucking cuckoo, you know? Still cuckoo. So I have to be very mindful. I don't think I've had any issues. Actually, not issues, but I've had funny encounters of other people speaking Portuguese. Either badly about me or being like, oh, so this one must think she speaks Portuguese because she's staring at us. I'm like, yeah, I speak Portuguese. Had that happening last month. It was funny. What am I doing? Like a nice love. But yeah, we are everywhere. Jamie, thank you for the banana collector. Tintin, thank you for the banana collector. And Kondo, welcome in officially, my love. All right, hi. Oh my god, thank you for the hydrate. Já passou! Já passou! I had to memorize the Portuguese version of Let It Go for my niece because she used to love Let It Go, but not really anymore. Obviously, like it's just, you know, they grow out of it. What am I doing? You like this? Yeah, it's like this. Okay, it's like big swirling dick. Just her leg. I had to memorize the Portuguese version of Let It Go for my niece. And já passou! Já passou! Have you guys ever seen the Portuguese version of Wicked? Oh, it's so much fun. I swear a lot in Portuguese. Oopsie daisy. I just remember I never collect those nanas. It's fine because I give you nanas enough. My wifeys get all the nanas for free. Don't you sing it in Portuguese? What's wrong? Oh, je was wrong. Já passou. Já passou. What's wrong? Actually, I don't really like Portuguese music, like the singing in Portuguese in musicals specifically. I just feel so off. It's because of it's the way you sing in musicals. Portuguese, I don't find it very compatible. It's the way you sing with your vowels, right? You would understand Tintin. And if anyone else here sings, I have a lot of people here are so talented at singing. And if you like ever curious in musical translation, you will understand what I'm saying. It's the way Portuguese works. It's not very compatible with the style of musical singing. Does that make sense? Or maybe it's just a personal preference. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, we go with a bang. Did you see that? That's a bang. We insert these. So I was saying these are nipples? No. Oh my god. You know what this motherfucker Loki looks like? This looks like that Zelda. It's not Zelda, or is it Dragonade? I don't know, but it looks like do you guys know that? Or is it Star Wars? That Star Wars thing. Yeah, Star Wars. You know? Star Wars. That one. That motherfucker. Wee! Love. And her legs were too long. Look at that. We did it. Okay, she's not even half done. Megara. Oh, I love Mega. Frozen in Portuguese sounds so weird. Yeah. Yeah. I just don't like it. I went many years ago. You're gonna head out, Chimium. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Robin, did you say what does that mean? Sipu. Sipu. Stay safe, Chimmy. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. And yeah, Frozen in Portuguese sounds so weird. And I was saying how many years ago I went to see West Side Story at the theater. Same thing. Same thing. That I also saw Jesus Super. What's that one? Jesus Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar. Whatever. It's just so fucking weird. It's so weird. I don't understand. We're building the arms now. Well, if I can. don't know. It's just the way you enunciate words. I don't like it. Weird to me. Maybe because I speak the language. A lot of people that I know, they love romantic. I think Portuguese is That's the name of the robot. Thank you. You know what I was talking about. Did they do this on purpose? Also, sorry, it's Sipu. You say the letters, not sound. You say the C3PO. Oh, Lego replied to me. Oh, they said if I can send them the receipt, they'll get me the rest of the points. Okay, for the new ones here, when I bought this in Lisbon, they didn't ask for my Lego account. So when I registered the QR code, they only gave me 20 points because that's what they do when you just scan the QR code instead of like you at the point of purchase giving them your account. And this set is like it's worth like 400 points on Lego, not pounds. Sorry. So I emailed them and they said if I send them an email, they'll like sort it out for me. Oh, I'm excited! I can't forget to do it. What was I going to do? C3PO. Yeah, that one! Robin, I love you so fucking much. Lego sponsorship. Do you know what I found out today? That there are things like Lego ambassadors. So maybe one day I can be a Lego ambassador because I am truly falling in love with Lego. So Lego, hi. Yeah, hi. I'm totally not problematic and deranged. I am totally a great influence, non-deranged for like Lego. Just sponsor me now, please. Like 2 Lego streams are enough for Lego to sponsor me. Surely, surely 2 Lego streams are enough. Should I just delay this stream and make it like a 3rd? Because I mean, will we even get to Elphaba? Lego, just sponsor me. I beg you. So, this is our home. We've got every generation. Lisboa também tem namorado. Don't remember what song that came from. Lisboa. Lisboa também tem namorado. Lisboa e o Tejo, da Maria da Fé. How does this song go? Oh. Let me pause. Hello, Spotify. Oh. I don't want to put on my screen because last time I put my screen on, I doxed my email, so no thanks. Lisboa e o Tejo. There are many versions, but it says it's from Maria da Fé. Probably from Maria da Fé, because Lady's an old one, so it's probably the original. I mean, disrespectfully. Hold up. Okay, Lisboa também tem namorado. Yeah, that one. Okay, I know this one. You guys can't hear it. Let me see if I can do. I want to close anything. I'm going to be in trouble. This is what Timton is referring to. Can you hear that? Nope. Up. I do love fado, but I don't like Portuguese in musicals. I can't. Okay, I had it in the wrong one. Hold up. Can you hear this now? No. Okay, this is a song. If you're curious, go listen to go educate yourselves, chat. I can't play it on stream, I don't think so. Probably I would get copyrighted. Not gonna lie. Email reveal. No, not again. Probably. The one I know is sung by Sara Correia. And it's gone. And it's gone. I also am scared of getting copyright striked. What are you doing for the rest of the evening, Tintin? Are you going to continue like playing Overwatch, or are you going to go have Dindins? Because you deserve some Dindins. You haven't done so already. Where was I? Are you going to go play something else? Also, if you got You know, I'm firing all the questions right now. If you got any plans for New Year's, what's everyone's resolutions if you have any? Does anyone do the? I had like 3 resolutions for this year. Okay. One of them was learning German. I learned a bit of German and then I just quit because I got very demotivated. Do you guys do New Year's resolutions? We've got an arm. Sorry, it's on the way. We've got an arm. Whereabouts in Portugal are you from? I'm a Lisbon gal. Eu sou uma alfacinha. I needed some water there. Eu sou uma alfacinha. Where are you from? If you want to say, obviously you don't have to, especially if you like, I don't know if you still live in Portugal or not. Are you from the north or like south or center? Vai dentro e vai para meio, vai para dentro. Did you spend Christmas here in Portugal, Cont? I'm a poorly eat a chicken. Are you going to poorly eat a chicken or are you going to eat a pork chicken? Fun makes fun of how I don't clean the chicken from the bone. Oh, that's what you were saying. Fun makes fun of how I don't clean the chicken from the bone. See, I'm a vegetarian. I'm a vegetarian. So I don't have those problems. I don't have those problems. But you know what? Listen to the Portuguese. Clean. Actually, like, I don't even know how my mother cleans her chicken, if she does it at all. Torres Vedras, pá! Foda-se, let's go. Let's beautiful, 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 beautiful area of the country. Love it. I've been there twice, maybe. Didn't stay for long, but I have been to Torres Vedras. I have been to Torres Vedras. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh god, Portugal is so beautiful, chat. You should go if you haven't done so. And if you have, you should go again. We're building the other arm right now. You live in London? How long have you lived in London? That's so exciting! Oh my god, do you like it there? Do you like it there? I'm a Wales girly. I'm not Welsh, but I live in Wales. You spend it in London with your parents? Oh my god, that is you. Ah! I'm so glad you have your parents with you. Are you playing any music? No? How dare I? Oh my god, thank you so much, Tintin. Also, if my microphone is really loud, I'm so sorry. I can do this. Just over 10 years. Do you have an accent? I've been here for... It's going to be 8. Oh my god, it's going to be 8 years. And I still haven't quite been successful at working on the British accent. I have Portuguese friends that have a beautiful British accent, and I'm just like, how? We don't talk about, but don't know. I want it. I want the accent. Whoa. Have I done this right? I think so. I feel mom. Wee! Wait, I'm going to do something. Okay, I need to do this really fucking quick. Hold up. Before I... How did I do this? Okay, this is reverse. Oh, my allergies are killing me. The education will... I'll be right there with you, Chad. I want to do something. Wait. HOTTOGO. You can take me high. Take out. This is hard. And something just fell. Take it round up. HOTTOGO. I got a nice butt from the amount of uphill walking in Coimbra. My mom is from oh my god, not the Portuguese accent coming through. My mom is from Lamego, which is that town with the like like the stairs that have I don't know, but a lot of steps. A lot of steps. And I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a lot of, if you ever go to Portugal, chat, there's a lot of walking involved. A lot. No, we're not talking regular walking. We're talking loads of walking. I used to be so fit when I lived in Portugal exactly because of that. An arm. Damn right. You leave Portugal buffed from all the walking. I sound British to non-British people, but to the British I sound foreign. I sound Russian to everyone. Literally. Everyone thinks I'm Russian. But I'm like, no, I'm Portuguese. I just... it's the R's. I think we're building a face now. This will haunt your dreams tonight. Why won't it focus? Imagine, Con asked me to pick him up from the university. Oh no, why would you? I know. I know. Why would you do that? You end up crawling. Why would they build a university there? Why would they do that? Why would they build a university there? I don't get it. My school in Lisbon was in one of the hills. I think that kind of doxes me because they're not of the schools that were in, you know, Lisbon is known for the 7 hills. I don't care if you want to Google it, by all means. My school was in one of the hills. Oh, and every time I missed a bus, it was actually fucking like it was hell on earth. What? We've been in each other's sandwiches. Like the walking. Terrible. Terrible. Jinx. Jinx again. Mental synchronization. Explanation. And I meant to be. I can't sing this song. My voice sucks today. This is because I've been singing The Wizard and I all day. Google Maps will say it is a 5-minute walk in Lisbon. Yeah. If not triple that. Like one of the... If you ever go to Lisbon or any part of Portugal, or even just a city with a lot of hills, there's a function, there's like an option on Google Maps that tells you, that lets you choose wheelchair option, like ways that are wheelchair accessible, and those are usually easier. Some involve hills still. Lisbon is not a very accessible city for mobility, I would say, unfortunately. Am I doing this? I don't know what we're building right now. I hope it's her face. I hope it's her face. Oh, I love this song. Have some in my mouth. That's all that's time. This is my favorite Disney movie. Ow. Ow. Yeah, if you ever go to Lisbon, choose the wheelchair accessible function on Google or Apple, whatever floats your boat, maps. Where was I? I did Erasmus in Coimbra for 6 months and we were still exploring the city. Oh my god, so you went in there. Oh my god, that is... I didn't know that was an option. I didn't know. I thought... I meant just thinking with a Brexit kind of brain that... Like, you just can't do Erasmus from the UK anymore. What did you do in uni? We were still exploring the city, honestly. It's an enormous city. It's so beautiful. Love Coimbra. My favorite city in Portugal is Porto. Oh, I simply love the north in general, but for me, Porto Takes to heart. If people are like, so you don't like Lisbon? I'm like, maybe my opinion on Lisbon is biased because I lived there for what 19 years of my life, but Porto is just different. So much different. I can't even explain it. I think I can. The nightlife is amazing. That helps. Architecture, food, everything. People are so fucking funny. So fucking funny. I simply love the north, but Porto takes the cake for me. OMG. And we were doing laundry at laundrettes. No way. No way. Why am I... So wait, Tintin, did you do Erasmus in Portugal as well? With Conde? Well, how long have you guys been together? A Cobblestone Hill, no way. I don't think it's doable for British passport holders. Yeah, I can imagine now. But laundry, my god. I when I was at uni, I was in the south of England. I also had to, at one point, my washing machine was broken. And like everything, most things in the UK are like flat, you know, flat. I can only imagine if it was bad for me to do that at the time, how much worse it is in Portugal. The first time I was in Lisbon visiting my parents and I decided to walk from Terreiro do Paço to Castelo de São Jorge. I get the bus for that. I did that with Dante. I didn't walk. I made him take the bus. Dante's my best friend. He's one of the mods here. And we visited. It was in May, I think, when we went to see Taylor Swift. Or was it last year? I don't remember. I think it was this year when we went to see Taylor Swift. We stayed in Lisbon, because obviously my parents live there. And I did that. Oh my god, that is insane. Because Google said it was 15 minutes. We should have taken a cab. You should have. You've got actually, like, the bus goes there directly. My year was the last year that we were able to do Erasmus. Oh, were you lucky? Did a bachelor's in Portuguese and Spanish. Hola, ¿cómo estás? What was that? What did I just do there? You know what? Ignore that. You ignore that. I don't know what just came through me. Is it like literature, or is it the... I never studied... well, I didn't study languages in college, you know, like year 10 to year 12. But was that like literature, or was that actually the like the languages in itself and whatnot? No, I was just there for 2 weeks whilst I was unemployed. Conan also asked for an espresso by calling it an espresso. Or espresso. Uma pinguinha. Uma bica. Yeah, these are ways to say espresso in Portuguese. Espresso. Espresso. Uma pinguinha. Uma bica. I always ask for a coffee without principle. Okay, you would say café sem princípio. You can say café sem princípio, which translates to coffee without a principle, without any principles. But it basically just means that you are, when you're pouring the coffee, you know, like on the machine, when it immediately you let it sit for a second. You don't put the mug immediately. You just wait like a second. A coffee without a principle. The barista was like, huh? Huh? Espresso? Que isso? What is that? My landlord only allowed me and my flatmates to do laundry once a week. What? That's illegal, surely. What the fuck? Surely that is illegal. Ah, Portuguese landlords. Ay, 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 ay. There's another in a minute, by the way. So we had to carry out. I can't. That's fucked. I love that buzz we took to the top of, right? Because you can see so much. You liked the castle, didn't you? There's a museum inside the castle of Saint George, or Castelo de São Jorge, what Conte mentioned. And Dante and I, we just kept referencing Zelda stuff. Because like a lot of stuff looked like directly out of Zelda, you know? Directly. You can take a nerd out of the Switch, but you can never take... What am I saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying. It was a bit of everything. Linguistics, literature, culture, history. Oh my god, we've got a smart cookie in that! Yay! Yay! I love that. I love languages. Do you speak any other languages? So you speak Spanish, I'm assuming, obviously, because you studied it. Spanish, Portuguese, English. Slay us! Let's go. Do you speak any others? Oh, you really don't have to do that. I know. That's what makes me so nice. I did French for A-level pre-uni. Tell me why it was every subject the school had, but in French. Like a normal French, like a regular French school? That's crazy. That's crazy. Je ne parle pas français. Je ne parle pas français! Ah, my neck is killing me. My neck is killing me. The switch out of the nerd! Damn right! Dante, we are such nerds, bestie.
Ra.
Gimme! Gimme! Schemy, I sent you a really fucking funny TikTok today about Skyrim. Totally about Skyrim, I promise. How are you thinking someone for the resub? You're gonna be popular, Schemy. Rah! You're gonna be popular. Popular. I'll teach you the proper voice when you talk to boys. There's always a flirt and flunks. Oh, what have I missed? Oh, not the ads. I was like the whole time, if I wanted to study this, I would have just picked it. Am right? He speaks sarcasm too. Oh, we love a sarcastic king. We love a Tintin! Tintin! Oh my god, hype train, why would you do that? Thank you so much for the gift and for calling my love. Everyone gets emotes. You get emotes. Everyone gets emotes. Thank you so much for the gifted. I studied Catalan for 6 months. Why would you do that, guys? Guys, you're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make Lar. Used to speak Catalan. Beautiful language, by the way. Very difficult. Oh, props to you, man. My dad used to speak Catalan because he used to travel all across Europe, and he lived in Andorra. And he would like do like driving jobs in throughout Spain and France. So I had to learn a lot of like the dialects and whatnot. Like the things he would speak to me, because I started learning Spanish from my dad. Never learned. He taught me the basic Spanish, you know. Whatever it is that they call it. But he speaks Catalan in I just couldn't. I'm doing this wrong. I just couldn't. That's so hard. Props to you. You also did Erasmus in Spain? Oh my god, a well-traveled person. Let's fucking go. You're so kind. What? They were popular, right? Right? Robin, Tintin, thank you so much for the cheers. Gonna grin and bear your newfound popularity. La la. You can tell I'm not a soprano because this la 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 part. I can't. Well, so what was your favorite? Did you? Oh my god, one came off. Shit. Did you enjoy doing Erasmus more in Spain or in Portugal? Jokes. Or both. Or both. I'm doing this wrong. That's why I took it off. I do. Hey. I just can't. I wish I was I just want to be a soprano, child. I hate being a mezzo soprano. I when I was in choirs, they always trained me as a contralto or alto. Hated it. Socially, it was better in Spain. Was it? There. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I would say so too. They were unpopular, right? I study the languages, but I don't speak them. I just did enough to pass it. That's more than a lot of people. I bet you can like still understand it, right? You want to learn Korean, Skimmy? Would you like do those job things in Korea, like English teacher and whatnot? I don't know what we're doing here. It's very colorful. Thank you so much for the hype train. I'm gonna fucking cry. You're a baritone. Also, I was telling you the other day, your tone is so beautiful. Tintin, he's a beautiful singer. I should learn Japanese first, though. Why would that be? Are they not similar? I know bits of bobs of Japanese, Mandarin, Korean. Oh my god. Smash. Smash. Did you learn it? Did you teach yourself? You consume a lot of... Well, you know Yuzuru Honey, so I assume you... What the fuck am I doing? I'm assuming, just like me, you consume a lot of Japanese media. Am I missing one? No, I don't think so. Interesting. On a stone face while asking for his blessing. Dying inside as we wine and dine. And I'm trying not to cry, cause I can't do. I wish I was a soprano so I could sing this song. But I can do all parts. I'm so jealous. Icon. I sang Popular. Robin recorded me singing Popular at the work Christmas party. And put my top on. My top on? Tampon? My tampon? Also, Schemy, I cried today playing Dragon Age at lunchtime. Because of the, oh my god, my hair. Alright, I'm back. Social life in there, as in Spain, right, was amazing. In Portugal, I was treated as a foreigner, which is a bit... I'm so sorry. I would never treat that. Did you feel, you know, every time I go to Portugal now, I feel very... I don't feel like people treat me as an outcast, but the culture is so different now to me. I've really adapted to the British culture. At the same time, I haven't. Excuse me. I feel like I haven't really adapted to the British culture, but at the same time, like... Oh. Every time I go to Portugal, it's just so weird. And I love being there, you know? Like, cried my balls out this time at Christmas because this goodbye was very hard. I'm sorry you felt that way, though. In Portugal, I heard go, Mama Ch... Yeah, as much as... Chad, if you've never lived in Portugal or whatever, I will say as a Portuguese person, there are a lot of too many traditional things about Portugal. Like, Portugal is still very, like, you know. No, people think we're... I don't know, the perspective I have of what I lived in Portugal, not very advanced. Not to shit on my country, you know? Totally, because I'm Portuguese, so I can shit on my country. We're not very advanced mentally. We're still very traditional in a sense. It's unfortunate, I think. Which is also why I kind of left. Just, I don't know. Why I feel like the culture is so... Every culture is different, but it's just... I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I'm not smart enough to explain it. you're 12% Japanese. I think you've told me this before. I think you've told me this before, my love. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yes. Loathing. Gay. The song is gay. Your voice, your clothing. I think you should. You've visited Japan, haven't you? Now you know my pain. Yeah, it was on the Asan quest. Isaiah, without giving spoilers if people want to play Dragon Age. I watched a lot of stuff growing up. I can't belt soprano, but my falsetto is pretty good. Let's fucking go. You know, I think this may be an unpopular opinion. I've never met a lot of belting sopranos, like confident ones, that were not strangling their voice. I don't think there are a lot of belting sopranos, or at least ones that don't have the technique. I think I've met a lot of belting mezzos, that's for sure. Well, that is for sure. I don't know, maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but that is my experience. It's not a lot because I quit singing at what? 14, 15? For Glinda forced to reside, someone so disgustingly bad. Every time I go back to the Philippines, I feel 100% like a foreigner. I don't know how to public transport. That is a struggle. In every, like, when we go back and things just change, that is a struggle. Or even when you're visiting anyone. Public transport is a struggle. What is this feeling? I don't know how to basic things without my mom translating and helping. You am gay. Ew, ew. No, you're not there yet, but that was sad, yes. What do you mean I'm not there yet? I've done Tasha's quest. I will say I had already been spoiled on Tasha's quest, so I know what would happen if you catch my vibe. I don't know what we're doing. For forever loathing, truly, deeply loathing you. What am I doing? Ew, I need to go to the toilet in a second. What am I doing? I need 4. Oh, I don't know where I'm inserting this. This one, look at this shit. What the fuck is this? Gonna thank you for the banana collector. You're feeding Panchito. What the fuck is this? Why so many colorful pieces and for what? Where does this go? Oh, wait. No. I need to look. Oh, okay. Like that. Need to go to the toilet, chat. Go piss, girl. Go. I should just be doing this, right? Sorry, chat. I'm terrible. We're just yapping. Go piss, queen. That part almost made I sweat. You don't cry, you sweat. Queen never cry. Queen never cry. Scheme never cry. Celine Dion. Oh, I'm a Celine Dion sucker. Totally. I love Celine Dion. Can I sing her songs? No. I can try. Am I doing this right? I think so. What is this for? I think this is her head. What the fuck? I need to go pith girl. Said every straight guy. Bahaha. I don't know where to insert this. You know what? Actually, I've experienced that with a girl. I will not say or comment anything further. But I have never experienced that with a guy, and I have with a girl. Is this like an My heart will go on and on. Yeah. My heart on and on and on. Did I just overshare on the on Beyonce's internet? Totally. Totally. Fucking totally. You know what? Whatever. I don't care. I am mentioning any names. This was so long ago. It's like, guys, here's what it is. Thank you, Beyonce. I have not yet seen her halftime show performance. I have not seen her halftime performance. Cuppy, we're currently talking about inserting things. We do have half an Elphaba, Glinda, apologies, Galinda. We have a half Galinda. Building is going great. We're talking about inserting things up the ass right now. Not specific. Okay, not very specifically. It was a joke, Chad. It was a joke. It was a joke. And I don't know what I'm doing. What the fuck is this? Am I building Elphaba or Glinda, or am I building a submarine? Are submarines even in Wicked? Inserts himself. Inserts himself where? In this case, inserts herself. Inserts herself where? Where? Where does it go? Where does it, where? Okay, no, actually, this is a kid's thing. We're not going to do that. I've taken it too far, chat. Too far. Cancelled. Too far. This is a children's thing. I really hope the stream is marked as 18 plus. I really hope. Chad, I need to go piss, girl. I'm so lazy. I am so lazy to go piss, girl. This song, honestly, crying. I think I'm gonna cry at this part. I'm going to... Oh, Tintin, Robin and I are going to watch Hamilton. Did I tell you this? I don't know, but I'm going to say it again. We're going to watch Hamilton on New Year's Day. Starting the year with a bang. With a bang. This is actually... Chat, I don't think... I love Hamilton. This is a dream come true for me. This is a dream come true because obviously I found Hamilton during COVID. Who didn't, right? In London. Not in London. In Wales. They're doing the national tour right now. So we're going to see the national tour called cast. And I am obsessed with the Eliza girl. She's amazing. She used to be all over my TikTokers. Love her to pieces. Love pity. She is amazing, and I'm very excited. Just one day randomly in Chinatown. What? What? You're just getting boba. Wait, which one? Because they keep changing. They change every year, don't they? What was her name? Which one of them? Where does this go? Look at where you... And also, I am very excited to see, like, a new version of Hamilton. Because, like, all I know of Hamilton is the voice that is ingrained for me in for the Hamilton character is Lin-Manuel Miranda's, or whatever his name is. So I can't wait to hear. No offense to Lin, great guy, love his things. You know what I'm saying? Love him as a musical writer or whatever, composer or whatever. But I'm excited to hear someone else sing. No more comments. But I'm not afraid. Where does this go? This is weird. Oh. This is weird. This goes here. I'm a terrible Lego builder, Chad. I'm a terrible Lego builder. You don't see nothing. You literally see nothing. Rachel and go. Do I know her? Terrible with names. Oh, she's so pretty. Actually, I don't know her. She's Filipino. I know this girl can sing. I know this girl can sing. I don't love Miranda's voice. What? Actually, I need to remind myself of her. Hold up, bear me. Miranda. Oh, him. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. I thought it was someone else. I forgot his surname. Yeah. 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 He's a great songwriter. Like, he wrote the Hamilton is a masterpiece, right? Hamilton is a masterpiece. That's it. That's it. Like, for Lin-Manuel Miranda, he can go on knowing he created a masterpiece. Why did he put himself in the show? I will never know. I will never know. I just don't know. They are going through the unimaginable. I need to go piss, girl. I don't want to break the flow. What have I done? Okay, one. Okay, just one. Goes here, and then this weird piece. Oh, I love this song. And yes, it's Beyonce's version. Thank you, Beyonce. Fuck. A weird one. She works at the West End Theater. But I'm not gonna lie. I keep thinking that they change. Pretty sure they do, right? How long has she been doing it for? Oh, I get it. Eliza. It's everywhere. How long has she been doing Hamilton? Can you feel? Since 2017. Okay, so they've not swapped because they keep swap. You know why I have this impression? Because they keep swapping Moulin Rouge. I did not get to see Jamie Muscato. I missed Jamie Muscato after they swapped him. You know, the entire cast. He's a great songwriter, but leave the singing to someone else. Exactly! He also put himself in Moana. I've never watched Moana. Did I just say Moana? I'm so sorry. I never watched Moana. And I don't think I will now. Was that the first or the second one that he did that? Oh, the second one, because he worked in Moana 2, didn't he? Did he work in Moana 1? The first! Oh my god. Lin-Manuel Miranda. I thought we had this conversation before. Sorry, I'm so out of key. My voice is exhausted. I need to sing in like a very low register today. Oh, not at all. I should not be singing at all. Very cold. My allergies are killing me. Also, doesn't help that I've been singing Wizard and I the entire day. I don't know what this is. This appears like Glinda's hair, but why the fuck is this guy? What are these colors? I don't get it. We are on page 17 out of 110. I'm not finishing this tonight. I can try. Like, focus. I can never be focused. What am I saying? He falls in love tonight. Where does this go? Weird. Mr. Sir, you can't send links. Wait, sorry. Oh, that's what. Hold up. Wait. How do you send? Okay, this is why I rely on my mods. I don't know commands. I just forget the commands. Wait. What's about allow links chat? Oh, okay. Wait. Hi, Skim Sister. Kisses to you. Kisses to you. I think this should work. There you go. You can send the link now, my love. Your homework for tonight is to watch Moana. I know the song. I think the song is in this playlist if it hasn't played yet. It's not done it? Tintin Blink. I'm sorry, Con. Surely this should have worked. Surely this should have worked. Conda, I'm so sorry. I don't know how any of these commands work. I'm like a pillow princess of commands. Is it allowed on Twitch? It is. Oh, maybe I didn't do this right. Hold up. Wasabi Worry! Thank you for the lurky. Wait. Thank you for the lurky. Is this someone who changed their username? Or is this a new baby? Thank you for the lurky, Wasabi. I appreciate you. Oh, that's her! Sorry! Welcome in and thank you so much for the lurk. I'm sending you kisses. I hope you're well. Okay, I think I forgot to add. Oh, pop. You should turn a surprise. Every moment later. I think. I hope this works. Is it? Did you say? I think it's permit. I think it's permit. Dwaybo is the one that knows. Was that a YouTube video? God, I think I lost a piece. I'm missing one of these. I need a Red Bull. No, you need a coffee. Or you need sleep. Because I know you, mister. You do not sleep. Have you been sleeping, my guy? Have you been sleeping? Chad, I'm missing a piece. I'm being funny. I'm missing a piece. You slept 2 hours. Go to sleep! We're still in bag one. This is crazy. I'm terrible at this. No Red Bull. I bet it's right in front of me. It's not in front of me though. I lost a piece, chat. It's not here. Chat, I forgot to show you. My niece offered me a sunny angel for Christmas as well. Look at this. It's a koala. Or no, I lost a piece, chat. Ending. Your place better. I lost a piece. I lost a piece. Kondu, I'm telling you. I built a knockoff Batmobile the other day before I left home. And I was pressure. It was like a weird gun that laid underneath the car, and I laid the car. I put too much pressure and it just flew off. I kicked it yesterday and I found the piece. But in the meantime, I don't know where I placed the second gun that I had. I don't have it. I would take his broken wings and watch. Could it just be like a missing piece from the set? Under the instructions? Of course I would lose a piece. Okay, chat. You go take care of yourselves because I am gonna go on a break. I need to... Oh, I can hear my thoughts. I need to go to the toilet. And in the meantime, I'm going to try and find this piece. And I'll be right back. Go take care of yourselves. Go drink some tea. Go drink your Red Bulls. Go drink your Red Bulls. Go kick some neighbors since they're very noisy. They lost their dog. No, don't kick them. That's really sad. No, Yippee, no. They lost their dog. Don't do that. Have they found the dog? Okay. I'll be right back. I'll leave you with the music. You are never going to believe where it was. It was right in front of me. Welcome back, everyone. Lord knows I was stressed. Lord knows I was stressed. It was in front of me all this time. How was everyone's breaks? Did you guys go piss girl as well? I'm hungry. I had some soup, what did I have? I have a broccoli soup. I had a broccoli soup. And I'm still hungry. We are nearly done with bag one though, which is great. Also, Spotify seems loud. You're back? You're back. What? Remind me, what did you have for din-dins? Other than Overwatch, Tintin, what are you playing? Nico, welcome back, my love. Thank you so much for the Bananita Collector. If you've not met Pancho, he's right there with the Santa hat. You can barely see the Santa hat. How's Lurkies, my love? Oh, my voice is suffering. I just start doing an ASMR voice and like to chill my voice out a little bit, you know. I think this is Glinda's hair, which is weird as fuck. You love the jumper? My jumper or Galinda's jumper? Actually, Chad, this is my favorite jumper ever. I think. I will say I don't like fast fashion, and I'm trying to what's it called? Do a lot of thrifting, but I got this from Primark. And Americans, if you don't know what Primark is, I don't know how to describe it to you. Think IKEA of clothing. And it's recycled wool and obviously polyester, you know what I'm saying. Thank you for that. Oh, I'm going to get a cup. A cup. Guys, we're nearly 3 hours in. Thank you for the hydrate, Nico. It was cozy. Are you playing any games? Stuff? Cozy stuff? We're 3 hours in and we're still in bag one. I'm just a yapper. What can I say? I'm just a yapper. Get out of here. Look at the face. What was I gonna say? I don't remember what I was gonna say. Oh well. Oh, recycled polyester and wool, and it's my favorite jumper ever. It was like 13 quid. Thrifting doesn't have to be fast fashion. If you like it, you like it. Yeah, and like, even when I buy from fast fashion, which is rare these days, I make use of it. Really good use of it. I make use. I don't have a lot of clothing, I don't think so. What is your favorite store in Portugal? Either Sephora or Pastéis de Belém. the store, you know? What is it called? Padaria de Belém? Pastelaria de Belém? You know, with the custard tarts. Will have to be that one. Is that what you were asking? Continente! Oh! I grew up poor, and like, this is such an entry. I grew up poor. Boom. Just to try to explain this being. I love you more, Robin. I can't wait to see you in 2025. And if I don't catch you, I hope you have a lovely passing to 20. Does that passing? No, that's sad. No, I like a good entry to. Have a good night, Robin. I love you. So Continente, from my view and like my family's, Continente is like for the medium class, medium high, like, you know. So I never really shopped at Continente. Pingo Doce though, and Mini Preço. Damn right. What else did I miss? Was going to, but I was gonna throw hands with Steam for almost hurting me. What do you mean? What's it done to you? What did Steam do to you? Like actual Steam or like the games thing? I love Fnac. Oh, Fnac! Fnac. Oh, I miss a Fnac here. They don't have a Fnac here in the UK, right? Like, no, it's a French one. Yeah, I've never seen one. Ridiculous. We need a Fnac in the UK. I could spend hours inside. Every city I visited, they had a Fnac. I would stop there. Literally, when I went to France, Fnacs everywhere. Because obviously it's a French company, I believe. I would visit Fnac regularly when we still had a lot of the like the CD DVD culture, and that's where I bought my first One Direction CD, or my first CD ever. It was in Fnac. I have great memories of Fnac. Like, you just go around and you play the piano. So Fnac is like a gaming slash music. I wouldn't know how to describe Fnac. 2025 can't be worse than 24. Yeah, I bet, my love. You and me both. You and me both. But you know what? We had each other. And I love you. We had each other. I hope at least you feel the same. I love you. Oh my god, I'm getting ill. I don't think this is just allergies. Where does this go? Oh. No. What? Makes no sense. Is it? What? What have I done? Sure. Have I missed something? The fuck is this? Oh, yeah, I'm just stupid. Don't listen to me. I'm just Shelly Billy. This is her hair, I think. Sorry, my nose is doing me in. Nak is like curry. Thank you. WHS Meat and Waterstones had a baby. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Just Fnac. And then you can have concert. Certain stores have like live lounge concerts with, you know, indie artists. And sometimes more famous artists, you know? Love Fnac. A tech store, a bit of everything store. I got an espresso machine from there. Exactly, you can just get anything. Had to put it in my carry-on to bring it back to the UK. You brought an espresso machine. Do you know I know someone else who did that. I got pulled to the side in airport security. Did they leg you in because of the batteries? It will not. Not batteries, but like, does it have lithium? It wouldn't, right? It's on the plug. Did they let you carry it? I'll try to paraphrase this. So I'm playing a game that's 100+ hours. A few years ago, I had it on Game Pass, which expired, and lost 30 hours. Oh no. Got it on Steam. Friends asked to play a game I uninstalled. I uninstalled the game on Steam. Normally, it saves the progress, and also this is a fresh start of the game again, so I'm a few minutes in. And Steam Cloud said it got deleted, which it didn't, so it's no, because I'm going through the exact, like, a similar thing with Steam Cloud with Dragon Age. Dragon Age. What's the game, by the way? You're about to be the highlight. No, baby, I'm so sorry, Nico. What kind of game is 100? So wait, it takes 100+ hours to finish that game. Is that what it is? It must be a hefty game then. I hope I opened the luggage and I bet. I can't believe they just let you do that. Like, the person I knew that did that, she put it in her what's it called? The one that goes inside a fucking plane. I mean, they go inside a plane, but you know what I mean. What's it called? Not the carrier, it's the other one. Big, like, Persona, you're playing Persona. Oh my god, I am yet to play Persona. Like, I want to play Royal so badly. My friend Floppy offered me two of the, like, she offered me Strikers and Golden, I believe. And I'm obviously, because I've been playing Dragon Age, it's such a hefty game. But everything I see about it, it's so good. It's so good. Very heavy, like, emotionally as well. But good, like, that can be good. That can be good content, you know? That'll be the highlight. Okay. Don't cry about it though, Nico. Although I can feel it's so stressing though. You put a lot of effort into these things. Old luggage, thank you, Conde. It was reduced to 30 euros. Of course, we had exactly an espresso. Wait, an espresso machine for 30 euros? That's fucking crazy. No, you had to. Obviously, you fucking no. Yeah, no excuses. You had to. I respect the grind. I respect the grind, and they just let you. That's amazing. All of you shine. Where am I? Wait. I got lost again. Oh, here. Okay, I was lost on the side. I got lost on it. Oh my god. I have a hair. Let me know, where do I go? I'm missing one here, and I don't know why. Something new, who I am. Oh, I was missing this piece here, and I don't know if it just fell. Come on, I am ready. Ready. Does it go on both sides? It's so good, please. I got it on sale. It's on sale right now, isn't it? For like 20. I saw it. I keep going back and forth of getting it. I know I streamed it yesterday because it's a stream game and I was not going to do a third run. But wait, have you since been able to figure it out, or is it still like, is Steam Cloud being a bitch? Yeah, everything I see about Persona. I love visual novels. It seems such a character-driven game, and I love that. I love that in a game so much. So much. Fair to say, other than like the ups and downs, you're enjoying it then, I'm assuming, Nico. They were just very confused. Yeah, Tintin. It's not every day that they just, especially like the Portuguese what they call it, TSA. It's not TSA, but you know what I'm talking about, like at the airport. They're so, I don't know, they can be so rigid at the same time they can be so flexible. Does that make sense? I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense, but I don't know. I don't think it's every day that you see someone just carrying an espresso machine in their carrier. Oh my god. Made me cry. There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright, Fernando. They were shining out for you and me, Fernando. I love this song. Although we could lose, there's no regret. Yeah, this is just her hair, I believe. Her hair is ugly here. Her hair is ugly. Fernando. We're going to do the exact same thing. What? Oh, I'm stupid. Wait. Yeah, I was doing it. Oh, okay. It was here. No. Other way. Oof. You need a hug, Nico? Hold on, hold on. I quickly reinstall. Okay, let me read it. I quickly reinstall. I didn't stress so hard and everything from yesterday. It's all safe, so I'm so. Oh, thank fuck. Thank fuck. I'm assuming you're going to spend your New Year's playing. I love just having days off to just like, you know, just play games. Just play them. You need a hug. Hold up. There you go, my love. I hope that worked. There you go. You get so many hugs, my love. You get so many hugs. Also, if you're not following Nico, I've already given a shout, but just a reminder, they're so lovely, and I met them through Princess Rosie. Oh, I was talking to Kat the other day, and I'm very nervous of raiding out to like people I don't know or just complete strangers. As much as it's what I keep saying. As much as I'm like cuckoo in the head, I'm very shy, and I struggle socially a lot. But honestly, you guys were so amazing. I was telling Kat on private DMs, it's just like I'm so thankful that she guided me to Princess Rosie because you guys are so lovely and you received my community so well. Definitely made me feel very at ease, and I'm very grateful for that. Very grateful. Oh, my nose! Guys, we're still only on page 18. I am slow. Oh, I love this song. This is weird. Weird. I'm lose the glasses. Oh my god. Shit. Okay, this is my granny glass. Do you hate me? You hate me because I can't see shit. Hello, this is me without glass. Oh my god, I'm oily. I know. This is weird. Hercules era like, yo, I don't want to fight Cerberus. How's everyone's night going, chat? Are you guys cozy? Because that's what matters. I think this is Glinda, basically. Oh. No, this is Glinda, chat. This is a new Glinda. This is a new Glinda. Thank you very much, Konda, for making me lose the glasses. I don't think there's a timer on this. Maybe I should put like a timer. We do love Rosie, Nico. We love Rosie. She is so lovely. And I haven't had the opportunity to be like, yo, wanna play Overwatch? Because I've been in Portugal. And the last time, 10 minutes. Oh my god, we have a timer? That's crazy. She looks scary. Popular. Wait. Oh my god, pause. Scary. Popular. You're gonna be popular. I'll teach you the proper ploys when you talk to boys. That's not the lyrics, but yeah. Yeah. Look. He's Bok. It's Glinda, you know, because the feet, because Bok has a thing for like placing his feet like this. Anyways. Chat, have you guys, any of you that has not watched Wicked yet? And if so, can I convince you to do it? Is there anything that I can say or do that will convince you? Also, chat, can I just let you know, Kondu, can I just let you know that me without the glasses, I already struggle to read chat with glasses. Oh, my neck. And I was saying, last time I tried to play Overwatch right before I left, my CPU just did not have it. He just did not have it. Look at her. She's so cute. I have my ring light right in front of it. Stop it. Sorry, my ring light. Oh. Sorry, chat. Stop it. Okay. Oh well. I can't see anything. Zen took over her body. Oh my god, you're right. Zen took over her body. What does he do? Slap, slap, slap. He does a doesn't he? Weird thing in like the that's the one, right? I'll play Overwatch. Yeah, you do! We were talking about this because you also play more, don't you? Sometimes with the toxicity is so real I can do 2 matches. You think so? You want to watch Wicked? It's coming. Okay, Chad. I am thinking. Actually, no, because I'm not thinking. I'm going to do it. The DVD, the like the movie is coming out on what's it called? On Amazon Prime or whatever. You know, just on digital and DVD tomorrow on New Year's Eve, and there's going to be a Roblox event with it, which is really fucking crazy. And really cute. I think I'm going to spend also my New Year's on Roblox with the Wicca thing. And I want to do a movie night on the Discord server. And I'm going to stream Wicked. I have yet to confirm that because I need to, like... My nails look disgusting. Anyway, it's not the point. I need to figure out how I can stream on the Discordo. Without it appearing as like black, you know what I'm saying? Oh, my nose, my allergies are doing me in chat. But if you haven't watched Wicked, and if I recommend going to watch it at the cinemas, but if you'd like to watch it, or if you'd like to watch it for the first time, but you know, whilst in the comfort of your own home, if you'd like to join us on the Discord, I'll keep you guys updated with the movie nights and see when everyone would be free and willing to. Oh, which Persona game did you want? Sorry. I'm thinking of getting Persona 5 Royal, the one that Nico is playing right now. Because it seems like the big one. Would you guys like me to play Persona 5? I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it's a thing that I play on stream, is it? Read it. Not often, I don't know, it just messes with my mood. That's me with Valorant, so I get you. Yeah, those games can be heft. I think, have you ever played Valorant, Nico? I think because I come from the Valorant community, for me, it seems like Overwatch is so much chill. Nor, it's on sale, so I'm thinking of getting it. You should play Overwatch on stream. I didn't start it out playing it, but when I came back from streaming after a really long hiatus of like 2 years, I started playing Overwatch, you know? I did it. And then, because it's such an intensive game, I had to stop. Also because, okay, here's the thing, Nico. The last time I played Overwatch, it was February, I think. I lost all the games that I played on stream, which were 9. I lost 9 games in a row, and I've not played competitive since. You might like it. You'd watch it, Dwayne. You're the best mod. You are the best mod ever. Is this insulting to my other mods? No! No! Tintin! 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 No! Why would you do that? You're crazy. This is... Tintin, you're my first donation on Ko-fi. Ah! Popular. You're gonna be popular. From the place with words on Tintin. Thank you so much. Why would you do that? I don't deserve you. My first Ko-fi. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. Say thanks. I love you. Okay, Chad, we're playing Persona 5. We're playing Persona 5. Oh, my neck hurts. Tintin, I don't know. I'm so grateful. Why would you do Very late Christmas. Because it's a game you wanted. Tintin, thank you so much. Oh, I'm playing this game on stream. 2025 starting with a bang. Because I've been like, I don't know what I'm gonna play. Oh, Tintin, how can... Oh my god, Dante, now you coming out from the ashes to say it. Yes, I'm insulted. I'm so sorry. I did say I hope this is not. I'm just trying to be nice. Dante is also the best mod, and D is the best mod, and Cat is the best mod. Tintin, I really hope that I'm like putting out there how thankful I am. You're my first coffee. I'm gonna buy that. Oh my god, this is a game I've wanted for so long. Thank you so much, Tintin. Yeah, chat, you've heard it. Persona 5. Persona 5. Sponsored by Tintin. We're playing that. We're playing that. Also because, you know that guy with the diaper? You know that guy with the diaper? He doesn't have a diaper, but I call him the guy with the diaper. And he's a really ugly, shizzly one. No spoilers. I want to kick his ass. I want to kick his ass, Tintin. I'm so grateful. Thank you. What? I don't know how to say thank you more than I already did. What the fuck? Yeah, Persona 5, I'm adding it to cart right now. But I don't want to dox my PayPal. Hold up. Okay, I'm not going to buy it right now because it's asking me to log in, and I am not trusting myself with it. Tintin, how many times do I have to say thank you? Oh my god, 60 seconds left, right? 60. Does it say 60? Now I'm insulted. Wait, but don't feel insulted. Huh? How what, Tintin? Also, Merry Christmas to you too. How what? What did I say? Why is she taking this away from you? I am not! Oh my god, the music stopped. The diaper guy. Oh, yeah, the diaper guy. The diaper guy. You'll see. Have you ever played Persona 5 Royal? You'll see. I hate how I know what you're talking about, but I want to beat him. I love to. Because I watch Cat. You know, Cat. Everyone knows my waifu, Cat Cafe. Cat plays Persona on stream. Please, 2 seconds. Second. Thank fuck! I'm back, bitch. Thank you, Tintin, for the and the Inconcon for the loose glasses. But I need to clean my glasses. I lost my. Let me clean. Oh, I can see. Oh, I can see. Oh, you guys enjoying my double chin there? You guys enjoy my double chin in there. Oh, I can't believe I'm going to play Persona 5. I should be back. Wait. When's Thursday? Because usually I stream on. I'm back on Thursday, the 2nd of January. So on Thursday, because I had no idea. Either on Thursday or Saturday. I think Saturday. If I finish this tonight. If I finish this tonight, we're playing Persona 5 on Thursday. If not on Saturday, because then on Thursday I'll be finishing this. What time is it? It's only 10:30. I'm still on bag one, chat. I'm not finishing this tonight. The redeem is only for 5 minutes. That's okay. I can treat my babies. I can suffer. I can suffer. That's okay. Do you know why, Dwaybu? Because I don't know my redeems either. I don't know. I just add them. Oh, I love this song. This is one of my favorite songs from the musical. What am I doing? Also, the singer of this song, what's her name? Kiala Settle. She was in Wicked. She doesn't sing, though. It's very sad. I was very sad about that. I don't know what I'm doing. Like this? Yeah, I think so. Well, let them... This is confusing. These instructions are confusing. It's like this? Does this make any sense to you? You know what I should get? Like something that keeps the instructions like this. Is that what you guys would want? Oh, fuck me. This is a weird thing. One. Two. I guess you could say it's gonna take you a year to do this Lego set. Don't even. Imagine the Titanic one. I really want the Titanic one. Because I think I've told you guys this before. Did you guys know that I really like ships? I love ships. I'm pretty sure that I've like talked about this nonstop. I love ships. I really want the Titanic ship. I really want the Titanic ship. My neck hurts. I think I need to stretch a bit. I really liked it, and I want it. Imagine if this is taking me. We're in bag one. She was also the waitress in the musical. Wait, the Wicked musical? Wicked musical? Or like some other. I love ships, but you're so fucking. Yeah, who's your favorite ship? Who? No, what? Who is your favorite ship? That's what you want. We want to know. There's a oh, waitress. Wait. Okay. Yeah. No. Waitress the musical. Got it. Sorry. I'm remembering now. I'm remembering because I have, what's it called? Waitress the musical. No, I know that one. I know that one. Where is it? It's on my list. And I know that I can have. I'm like, all I remembered was the like the cover. I've come across it. Actually, no, it's not. She's like this on the cover. And I'm thinking of one where she's holding it like this. But I've seen this one on and about. Never really listened to it. A song has come up eventually. I remember that. That I remember. Nico, thank you so much for the lurkies. I love you more. No, you're amazing. I appreciate you so much for being here. Remember to stay safe and have a wonderful lurkies, my love. Have a wonderful lurkies. And if you continue playing Persona, enjoy Persona. We're gonna be playing it soon. Thank you to Tintin. On a center float. Goes, I know this goes here. Goes here. This is a weird one. Oh, this is one of my favorite songs ever. I can't believe that I miss Jamie Muscato singing this song. I love Jamie Muscato. Oh, chat. If you like musicals, did you see... Okay, so the singer of this song, I keep forgetting his name, but he's amazing. Aaron Tveit. Did you guys see the TikToks or the videos of him singing The Wizard and I? Oh, search Aaron Tveit, Wizard and I. Oh, he's amazing. Roxanne, you don't have to wear that dress tonight. Hanzo and Makri. Is that the rules or the song? Oh, I'm confused. I've never. I need to listen. I need to. As much as I'm a musical baby, I don't know every single musical. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of them. Personally, I ship the Titanic and the Lusitania. Do you know what? That's right up my alley. And it's not too soon. It's not too soon. You know why? Because when someone posted like, you know, those general posts on my, someone once asked me like about a it was at work, so obviously I did not post it publicly. I don't remember what the post was. But basically, it was a question, and it was like the question was so well worded that I replied like privately with a picture of Ocean Gate. I don't remember what the joke was, but I remember I replied with a picture of Ocean Gate after the event. So do you know what? That's right up my alley. That's right up my alley. It was. I need to find this. I'm holding on for their life. Oh, I don't have Slack on my phone. I think this was with Robin. So they posted a question on like, they're great with those activities. So they posted like a general question. And I replied to them privately with a picture of Ocean Gate. And I was just like, I'm not going to put this on like the public thing. So I'm sending this to you in a private DM. I won't take a screenshot, but when I find it, I'll word it to you, Dwayne. It was fucking hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, just casual. I love it. Yeah, my favorite gay ship is a ship between Lusitania and the Titanic. Yeah, you said it right. Mine. Is it too soon to say the Ocean Gate and Titanic? Because, like, you know, I think Ocean Gate and Titanic are, you know, you know, a good one. Yeah, exactly. The Britannic. Oh, I love that ship. That ship is so pretty. That ship is so pretty. And it was functional too, because it was a hospital ship. It was turned into a hospital ship, I mean. I have always been a fortress. I love this song so much. Yeah, you're right. I love dark humor. Obviously, like, dark humor can come with, like, some sort of respect / disrespect, and it doesn't have to be. I love dark humor. But you know what? This is a safe zone. This is a safe zone, my love. Because sometimes I want to say really, like, I'm trying to come out of that, because, like, who cares, you know? Like the Luigi thing, that's right up my, you know, that's my humor. You know it. I love this. My favorite ship is the Titanic and the Lusitania. Lusitania. I need to study more about the, not study, but watch more like content about the Lusitania, because I feel like I don't know enough. Why have I got spare parts? We're done. This is it. Oh my god, wait. Remember when I said, okay, Chad, I don't think it was that bad. I don't think even Kat was that bothered. Not her fault. I don't think she'd be uncomfortable with me sharing this. Okay, my opinions, for example, it involved Michael Jackson. And I think to this day, that was really a fucking funny joke. Well, you know, I deal with things through humor. And there's topics that obviously everyone would start. I hate Michael Jackson. I'm not gonna, where there's smoke, there's fire. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I believe in the victim. That was my thing. But I feel like I can comment on the situations without going into detail. But like, you deal with things with humor. I don't think yeah, it was one day that I said a Michael Jackson song. Joke. And I felt so bad. And then I just realized, no, this is actually funny. And I'm very up in my feels with what I say. Because I've said this before. Like, I struggle with words. But I'm a funny person, I think. I just struggle with words, and I think people take me a lot out of context because I am unserious in a way. So I'm always scared of people just completely taking me out of context and thinking that I'm fully on being disrespectful. Bitch, I can be disrespectful, but I'll be mean about it and I'll make it self-known. Other than that, I'm just joking. Thank you. Oh my god, but it was a really funny Michael Jackson song. And you know what? I hate the guy, so fuck that. Guys, it's all pink. We're on back 2, by the way. I think we're going to build a skirt. It was so bad. I felt bad after that, and now I'm just like, no. It was really fucking funny. It was really funny. Look, it's Glinda. Actually, we're listening to Frozen, and we like this could be Frozen. And you know what, Dwayne? With that, I think you're funny. Oh, she fell. Do we finish at least Glinda today? I'm gonna fall. Oh, we're building her. For fuck's sake, Glinda. Why couldn't you sit calm for once? Oh, I am the animal. Oh. Oh, this is the original. It's from the movie, from the first movie. Oh, the song slaps. Ah, I needed that. Sorry. Like you're. Stop it. I try sometimes. No, chat to be 100% real. I struggle a bit with like. Sometimes I seriously think I'm not hurting people, and I'm saying like things that could hurt, and I just don't realize it, and I just try to be accountable for it. That's why I apologize to Kat, but I think, especially until recently, I was just trying to be overly pleasing in sense of I'm trying to be very conscious of what I can or couldn't say on the internet, because you know everything on the internet stays on the internet, and up until a point, it's just finding that perfect balance between having your image, your brand, your personality, your uniqueness, your charisma and your strength, as well as, you know, just trying to be respectful. And sometimes I think I'm not being disrespectful, and I just say something out of boundary, especially in like a personal context with friends or stuff, and I'll try and apologize, but I struggle a bit with that. And up until recently, I've just been trying to be very, very, very pleasing. And I don't feel like I was being 100% myself, because 100% myself, I say deranged things. And you know me, Dwayne. You know me. Yeah, I'm deranged. I'm crazy. I know you can't be bitchy. No, I will. I don't get mad that easily. I don't get mad that easily. I can be bitchy. Yeah, I'm a fucking bitch. Bed. Men have been doing it for centuries. Why can't I do that? Fuck that. I'm Portuguese. I'm a fucking bitch. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Anyways, not that. What were we talking about? Oh, it was the Michael Jackson song. And the dark humor. I love dark humor. And you know, sometimes dark humor is not funny. There's a difference between dark humor and not being funny. There you go. What have I done? Oh my god, I'm using it. How do you do that? Oh. This is so... Oh. Oh, I am a pathological people pleaser. Oh, I am. I was bullied in school. It's still here. The remnants, the consequences are still here. I grew up with dark humor, disrespectful humor, and oodles of sarcasm. Exactly. Period. T. I grew up with a dad that... Oh my god, my dad is hilarious. Hilarious. I grew up with a dad that he literally just says everything he thinks. Now with old age, he says too much. He used to be really fucking funny. So I got the humor from him. So I get exactly what you mean. Exactly, like bigotry is not edgy. Exactly. It's just stupid. And you know, it's about who you are and the place you come from. For some people, the same thing can be funny from the same thing can be funny from one person, and the same thing may not be funny from another person that does not share the exact same. It just depends on who you are. Do you know what I'm saying? Humor is an art, and I'm an artist. And I'm an artist. And thank you for the hydrate count. We're building her crown. Look, it's Glinda. Oh, a bit from. I'm fucking up the lyrics. Mind your business. That this could be. Oh, I'm feeling my voice. I'm feeling my voice just like. I need 1, 2. Are they the same size? Side? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Missing one. That there wasn't there before. 4. So many pieces. Yeah, my family's kind of humor is looking at a baby or an animal that doesn't understand you. I mean, like, you think you're better than me? You lazy bones. Just talking to them like adults. Let's normalize talking to children like adults. Let's normalize that. I tried to do that with my niece. Like, I'll openly talk to my niece about boycotting and all of that. Like, the current events, I'll openly talk to her about it and speak to her like she's an adult. Let's normalize that. You know, let's normalize that. Even my mother, I thought my mother and my brother and my brother and like her parents, my sister, my niece's parents were not going to like that, because you know, some people just don't like involving children in politics. Where I come from, politics, from my social background, politics have never been out of the question. I know I derouted that so badly. I'm sorry. But if we talk to children like adults and involve them in a conversation, obviously within limits, that will help them in the future. That will help them to carry out conversations and tell clever ones as well. Not that I'm very clever with conversations, but yeah. I told you so. My god, that's a lot of pieces for the skirt. Yeah, I thought my niece's parents were not going, and my mother were not going to like that, but they're just like, no. Talk about it. Like, someone has to, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's talk to children and like they're adults. Let's do that. Let's do that. My siblings don't understand a lot of words yet, but when they do, I certainly will have deep go. How old are they? You want to say, obviously. But since they don't understand much, you can get away with saying a lot. They absorb that like a sponge, though. Careful. Careful. I started, I'm not proud of that, but because of the kids I went through at school, I started picking up on swearing. I'm like very young. My niece does not curse in front of me. At least in front of me, she doesn't. Yeah, we as kids, we absorb everything like sponges. It's fucking crazy. 5 and 3, they're just a baby. They're a baby. Fabulous. Oh my god, I should have put this on the side. Oh, is that so wrong? I never say anything harmful. The most I do is swear around them. Oh, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think with swearing, I'm just mostly personal with it, because I started swearing at very young, and I regret that, because I think I swear too much. Like, I would like to swear less, I don't know if you guys also feel like that if you swear. Oh my god, I'm sorry for my nose. Oh, I'm sorry my nose exists, chat. I wish I hadn't picked up on swearing that young. But it was not because of my parents. My mother does not swear a lot. It was because of like, unfortunately, I will blame on the kids. I know we don't blame stuff on the kids, but I'm going to blame this on the kids that I would go to school with. I'm going to blame that on them. I don't care. What am I doing? What? Perfect for me. Is this like... Am I stupid? Oh, yeah, I am. I was trying to check the sites. Is that so wrong? Fuck. I did too, and I don't regret it because swearing just feels good. I don't like calling people bitches or assholes. Yeah, I do that though. I don't like when men call me a bitch. Is that cynical? I don't think so. No. I don't think so. I'm a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite. Am I going to do the same for everything? I think so. I just don't think it's the same. Bet you never call you a bitch, but you're not a man. You're Pablito. You're my Pablito. You're my Pablito. All those days watching from the window. No, girl. And when I mean men, I mean like men that don't know me. Even then. Oh, a guy I dated called me a bitch once, and I did not like that. Oh, he did not hear the end of it. He did not hear the end of it. Don't worry, it didn't last long. Thank fuck. Thank fuck! You mean you're gonna call me a bitch? I can fight, bitch. Yeah. Yeah, bitch, man, I can fight. Yeah, I sound like one. I thought you sounded like Glinda the Good, my love. Sing popular to me, baby. Come on. Sing the popular song to me. You're my Pablito. You can call me a bitch. Imagine us on a fight and just like, bitch, and I'm like, what did you just call me? Poof. Don't worry, I'm not a violent person. Yet. Not me saying, bitches, I can fight. And then immediately right after being like, oh, I'm not a violent person. Spiritually, I am. Spiritually, I am. I don't hurt a fly. What have I done? Oh, I didn't get the right ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. Honestly, I don't have anything to say to that. Me neither, bestie. What do I say to that? It's a lovely day outside. I'm lying. It's not a lovely day outside. You know, I don't think I would ever be a violent person when it comes to myself. Like, I'll argue if need be. But if you come across my friends, like, whoever go out with me, ask... Maybe Dante, I've never seen this, but I think D has. Or maybe she has. Oh, maybe he has. I will start fights with people, like, especially at night outs. They annoy me. I will. I will. Especially for my friends. I will start arguments. I will. I don't care. I hate stickers. My neck hurts. Where I'm meant to go. I hate stickers. I hate stickers, Strud. Why don't they just print it? Grab my double chin, y'all. No! No! Well, it's already done. I think it's just a Portuguese in me, no? It's just a Portuguese in me. I'm not a violent person unless you step to— Exactly! I meant that to the dude you dated. Like, I have no doubt that you handled it. Called him off on that. I told him, like, you can't call women like the F word. It in my book, it absolutely is. Or at least in my, as I say, like in my view, it's just an appropriation. I wouldn't like a man I don't trust/know, or that I'm still getting to know, to call me that in such a derogatory way, you know? That just shows me, especially a man, that you have no respect for women. And I'm not going to lie, chat. You will know that I'm using the word bitch in like a caring way, or like at least expressionist way, not actually angry. You should see how I get when people don't know how to commute in London. Oh, mate! Oh, mate! No, I get you. Because I'm not a Londoner, but I'm the exact same. Right side! Right side. Oh, that was me? Okay, I think I was a bit of— everyone just was getting on my nerves this Christmas. In Lisbon's airport, you know those like things that make you walk— it's not the stairwells, but it's just those that rolling things that make you— I don't know words, chat. Makes you walk faster, but you place yourself on the right side, so on the left, people can just walk, right? People were just stopping. They were just stopping. No, that's for you to walk. That's not for you to just chill. If you want to chill, right side. Right side. So people, you do know it's all cool then. Yeah. If I ever called you a bitch in like a derogatory way, I would never do that, baby. Oh, you meant you calling me a bitch. I call you a bitch, so it's fine. Although you don't curse. Dante. Okay, Chad, this is a thing. How long have I known you, Dante? 3 or 4 years, right? 4 years, maybe. Every time you curse, which is not a lot, bitch. See, I'm shocked. Every time I hear Dante cursing or like read him cursing, it's a shock to me. He does not curse a lot. He's so polite. Both him and Ali. Sometimes even— oh my god, remember when we were on call like before? Oh my god, I was so shocked to hear Ali like say shit. I'm like, why are you cursing? I only use bitch in a friendly way. That and calling someone an asshole are my words of admiration. I think it's the British thing. I do use asshole as a more aggressive thing. Thing. I do. I think I do. Bitch is just like, you know, here and there. I was saying about the like people just getting on my nerves, and I say to the lady, she did that twice, and there are like multiple things that make you walk— I can't explain it. What's the name? If anyone knows the name, please let me know. But they just make you walk faster when you're in airports, right? And then not stairwells or whatever. She did that like twice. There are multiple of them because you need to like go on them. Go on them and then get out. It's weird. I don't know what the names are, but they roll, make you walk fast. Did that like in 2 of them. She's like, look, I was behind her and I said, look, if you want to stand on the right side and let people walk. That was one. That was one. I only use it in an evil way. You're fucking lying. Yes, you're. So that was one. That was woman number 1. And then on the flight coming back, on the return flight, It was a full flight, and I was in front of this elderly guy or man, um, elder man, and he was carrying one of those professional bags. He was smiling at me when I turned, but he did this with his bag. I was right in front of. I was not behind him. Sorry, I was in front of him. He did this to me. He kind of like shoved me with the bag, kind of gently, and I turn around and I say, "Patience, please, patience," because there were two people in front of me setting themselves up. Because you know how it is in like EasyJet flights. You need to wait for the person in front of you to put their bags up and whatnot and sit down because you don't have space. It's not a British Airways like airplane. And this guy was just shoving me with his bag. I turn around and I say, "Patience, please." So I get you, cunt. People just nerves. Well, I'm American, so there's our difference. What are your terms of endearment? Wanker. No, wanker. Dante. Is wanker quite wonker? Not me saying wonker with like an American accent. Wonker quite like aggressive. I don't really use wonker. I don't like that word. Bloke. Bloke is not. I don't think at least bloke is like wanker. Wanker. Bloke is just like you're a random guy. It's like a random bloke, you know. A bloke here. That's how I kind of thinks. I try. I'm the kind of person that will shush people at the theater. I did that during Wicked. Every single okay. I've been to see Ticket Wicked 3 times now. Every time I had to shush someone. Every single time. Willy Wonka enemy. Is Willy Wonka Wonka? Is Willy Wonka British? Is he British? Is Willy Wonka a British thing? I read Willy Wonka when I was like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I think I brought the book. Yeah, hold up. Portuguese. Oh. Proof. In Portuguese, Charlie and the Chocolate Fabric, whatever. Poof. Huh? Yeah. Oh, hold up. I need to. See, there goes a Moana song. I know the song. Staring at the edge of water. I put all the stickers in like different orders. Oh well, fuck it. Oh well, fuck it. I'm not finishing this tonight. I'm only on bag 2. I'm only on baggy 2. I'm a slow Lego builder. Like, I think the quickest Lego was where's this one? 40 minutes, I counted. The London Bus. We've been on for 4 hours. Oh my god. And I've only gone through bag and a half. I'm a flop. Lego will never want me to be a Lego ambassador for them. I'm too slow. I'm too slow. I don't think I've had like a stream this long for weeks now. Weeks. Okay, this is her skirt. A little bit naked. Has a penis. I need to stop. Linda has a penis. It's fine. If you guys ever read the Wicked book, it's wild. I'm listening to it right now, an audiobook. They'll just straight up talk about her Elphaba's pubes. And there's an orgy. Spoiler alert, there's an orgy in the Wicked book. Go read it. Not me spoiling the weekend. I can just hear the thing being like spoilers. I'm like, you're never gonna read the book, are you? Oh, I forgot to put something. It calls me. Got to put this on the thingies. Oh, this gets out. I am a yapper. Do you know what? You guys let me be yappers because you guys are always interacting with me, and I am so thankful. That you guys interact with me on, or even they're just lurking in the background, listening or watching me, or both, doing my thing. I like attention. Oh my god, do you guys know that I like attention? And I really appreciate you guys for giving me attention. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I love this song. I not give you some. This is from the Witcher soundtrack, from the series. If there's one thing that came out, if there's a good thing that came out of that horrible TV show, oh my god, I'm doing this reverse, is the music. Oh, that's what I was. Wait. With no one by your side. Ah! Stop! HOHOTTOGO. You can take me hard to go. That was so bad. I tried. Yarn. The point of no return. After everything we did, you saw. Why is it falling? Why are you running? She's looking so good, right? How's your evening going, Tintin? Look! It's Glinda! Oh! Stop falling! This is very sensitive. She's very fragile. Look! It's Glinda! You guys like this? Ah! This is so niche. I didn't even know these things were so like people liked watching these things. You know? And then I found myself falling in love. I found myself falling in love with Lego, and I'm just like, I'll spend hours watching people build Legos. Like, Kat was right. Lego is fun. Lego is fun. I just never got the buzz until now. All because of Gingerbread Man, Jeremy, as we named him, and the two reindeers that I completely flopped during stream. Oh, I was so overwhelmed. You should have told me. Wrote to the general a month ago. I begged him to send you home. I am not sorry. I knew you'd fight until the war was won, but you deserve a chance to meet your son. I'm pregnant, Chad. I'm pregnant, Chad. That's what the song just said. I'm pregnant. Pregnant? In this economy? I relish being your wife. Actually, I'm not. I'm just singing this song. Look around, look around. Look at where you are. Actually, I can't. Dude, thank God to modern medicine. Thank God to modern medicine. Thank God. Dulce cover when. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I just can't hear anything with these earphones. I couldn't put them in ambience mode, and I can. I would love to sing this song at karaoke. challenges you're facing. But this is so out of my range. I would like to go fully back to singing, but singing is, if you ask me, cover. If you ask me, Dolce or Frankie, what is truly one thing that you would love doing for the rest of your life? Like get paid for it or be able to sustain yourself from? I'll tell you, I would like to be a singer. Is that cliche? So let it be. I've been singing since I left my mother's womb. Literally. Like, I scream like I talk. Loudly. Loudly. I love singing. I love emoting. It's like my favorite art form. I'm just not a very consistent singer, you know? Enough. Not a very consistent singer. And granted, I would love to go back to vocal lessons. So expensive though. They're very expensive. Sorry, Glinda is on the way. Okay, sorry. Where's a good side that I can leave? Well, Rebecca, you've done it now. When are we all going to karaoke? You need a Dolce cover in my... If I had a good microphone, maybe one day I can like with this microphone I can't properly sing because it will, when I go on the high notes. Gymnastics. Oh yeah, you're doing gymnastics, aren't you? Are you on a break right now because of holidays? You stupid bitch. You ruined. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god, my nose is killing me. Ah. Are you enjoying? I'm assuming you're enjoying it, my love. Flex him. Flex those muscles. You're a stupid bitch. So this show is so fun. Diana Baltibom, she suggested this show to me. Oh, this show is fucking hilarious. This show is fucking hilarious. And like this song seems so fatphobic, but I won't spoil it, but there's like a really good context to it, and it's not like she's being aggressive, promise. So this song is hilarious. Oh my god. Ruined everything, you stupid bitch. Sing with me. Ruined everything. Tintin, have you watched this show? Yes, I deserve this. You're just a little slut who doesn't think receives the people she loves. I will hydrate until... Oh my god, please. I piss myself a lot. In the toilet. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Why'd you hate me like this? Oh, my nose. My nose is being a fucking bitch. My nose is pissing herself. Oh. I'm back though, Dwaybu. There you are. Yeah, there I am. Don't sell this. Oh, I'm so sorry for the nose, Chad. I'm really sorry for my nose. I wish my nose didn't exist today. God's sake. Okay, actually, let's not put that down in the world. Wrong one, Frankie. And in my hand, then we. Also, Tintin, when are you posting covers? Shots fired. I will hydrate you for every loss I get on Overwatch. Oh my fucking god. So wait, have you lost now? Are you still playing? But I miss Overwatch. Adventure that And now that like everyone's addicted to Marvel Rivals, maybe I have a shot at going back to Plat on comp. Because I do ranked so badly from Plat after those 9 losses. That was just terrible. Oh. I have been, but I personally think they sound shit. We're all so personal, but Con thinks they're okay. Damn right. They're amazing. I promise. We will always be so self-conscious of our art, ain't it? It was funny. The hydrate alert came up and then it left and you were gone. It was just like poof. I will disappear from now on. I will disappear every time the hydrate comes on. Actually, I need to go to the toilet again. Risk it all for this life we choose. You guys can barely see anything. I'm so sorry. Okay, let me lower the light. That doesn't help. The duck ate her. Did we name the duck? Not lower it? No. Okay, let me lower, however, this one. If I should fall. Let's do a practice round so you can be in 15 minutes. Thank fuck for the cooldown. Thank fuck. I do need to go to the toilet in a bit. I'm getting bloated. I feel like making dessert tonight, but it's already 11 o'clock and I don't have the ingredients. I was saying earlier about baba de camelo. And I tried making it at home, but here in the UK, the custard milk, they never fucking cook it. It's all condensed milk. They never fucking cook it, so you have to cook it yourself. But I don't have a pressure pan. So it's really hard to like cook the condensed milk. I don't know what it is here with the Brits, but they just don't cook their condensed milk. It's disgustingly fight. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it. We'll never get it. I will never get it. So I opened the can. Basically, how you make baba de camelo? 6 eggs, 1 small can of custard milk, condensed milk. Apologies, cooked one, not custard. Apologies. Condensed milk, and then you separate the yolks from the whatever, then whisk the white one. I missed it. I'm sorry. I don't have sound. Hi everyone. I'm so sorry. How long ago was this? Hi wifey, and thank you so much for the shout out to. All right. I'm so sorry. I was just yapping. Hi babies. Hi. I should have done this earlier. How long did that take? That's crazy. Oh my god. How long did that take? I am so sorry. Welcome in, Cat and Raid. Chad, basically, okay, Raiders and welcome in. Every time I try, like my alerts don't go out. I have this on output and input and it still doesn't go out, so I can't hear it. So I always have to rely on like my Twitch alerts. Hi everyone, welcome in. Let me go around saying hi. Oh my god, it's Ree. Hi Ree. Ree? I never know. Is it Rye or Ree? Hi baby, welcome in. Thank you so Kato. Thank you so much for the raid and for bringing over everyone. We're doing, let me show everyone what we're doing today. Do you guys like Wicked? Do any of the raiders like Wicked? Recti, hi! Welcome in. I need to put my glasses again. We're building some Lego because I'm addicted to Lego and I love Wicked. So I thought it would be extremely appropriate to treat you guys to some Wicked, but we're still only like 2 bags in. We're 4 hours in and only 2 bags in. It's a 500 piece thing. Hi, Vintage, my love. Tap tap, Maluko. Might as well be 2025 with how long you took. For those that don't know me, my name is Dolce. Although I do prefer Dolce. Although I know the spelling is incorrect, but I do prefer Dolce. Or Frankie. You can also call me Frankie. I am a queer variety streaming. She do be varietying lately. You know, she do be varietying. I go by she, her pronouns. And it's fucking shambles in here. Let me snooze the ads. It's fucking shambles in here. We're all cuckoo in the head. We all like a little bit of everything. Oh yeah, we lost a piece, so that's how you know it's like a bit of cuckoo. But it was right in front of me. How was stream? What were you playing, Kat? Let me see. I lost my banana collector now! No! Now Dwayne and I have the exact same banana collectors. What? 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 Did you guys get the alert? Did that go off? Tintin! I lost a banana collector. I was one banana, not banana collector, cafe collector. Tintin! What was that? Tintin, I don't know. Did the alert go off? Did the alert go off? But basically, there was a throne alert. Tintin got me the... And... Oh, Nikki and Fortnite were on the menu today. Did you play comp? Did you play comp? Why would you do that, Tintin? It did. I can't hear it. And I just saw the notification and I went zoom. I went out of frame so quickly. Tintin, again, thank you. I've waited on one of the... Was the alert the fucking Yoru? I don't know. I don't remember it. I just kind of accepted that I don't remember what... I think it is. I think it is a one Yoru thing. Tintin, thank you so much for the beanie. I don't deserve you. I'm going to wear it now when I get it. It is. Thanks. Yeah, it's tempting. Thanks. I need to put something like more shebang in there. I forgot to say to the raiders, if I missed anyone, if I forgot to say hello to any of you raiders, I'm so sorry. But as you can see, anyways, hot girlies raiding. You better go take care of yourself. Thanks. Kat, how are you feeling, my love? What did we hit? What did you want to do before the end of year? Plat, wasn't it? But you reached Plat. You reached Plat. Oh, Tintin, you said, so I forgot to add, Con's mom boils it in the can since she doesn't have a Yeah, I think you still leave the can, right, in the pressure cooker or whatever. My mom said to use a regular pan, but I don't trust her. I was just yapping about condensed milk. I forgot. Arigato, sen. I'm going to do that. Arigato, sen. Tired and sleepy. Plat, I did. I am so proud of you for doing calm. Plat 1 with 66% on my way to Plat 2. You're so fucking hot for that. You are so hot for that, by the way. Really hot. I love my wife. He's playing comp on like a competitive game. I find that really attractive. OMG, me and Valorant went. Oh my god, I need to return to Valorant. I miss Valorant. I miss Valorant. I miss Valorant. I think everyone knows here, Cat, but just a reminder: if you're not just in case you're not following Cat, go do it immediately. You have a pic to send me? I'm ready. Wait, let me. Hot to go. We built Glinda for now, and we did this. HOTCO. Oh, the skirt is going to fall off, so I'm going to stop. How is everyone feeling? Oh my god, I have not been able to keep up with Ree's stream. Can we get a shout out for Ree as well? Rye, Ree, I'm so sorry. Is it Rye or Ree? It's Rye, right? Yes, to Rye. Please, just again, in case you're not following my baby. Like, hi. It's just in case, thank you, my love. Just in case you're not following my baby Rye, go and follow them, please. Also, just hilarious that I just love that one day. Basically, how I met Rye was through the amazing streamer. Oh, she's one of my favorite streamers as well. Soybeans. I just dropped it. She just seemed cool. I just dropped in chat. Warris was there. Chia was there. It was just in my suggested. And then I met Rye, and I was just like, these people are amazing. And I was just like, everyone was there. Everyone that I knew was there. Everyone was there. Everyone's mother was there. What am I missing in chat? Hello. Darts and baking. Hot guy shot the Dwayne! Raiders just came in. We can't make jokes. Mention. No. Hot guy shot. Wahoo! Wahoo! Have you been playing Valorant, right? I was saying I haven't been able to keep up with anyone's streams lately because of Christmas. I haven't been able. Usually, I watch you and Soybeans whilst I'm at work, and because I haven't been working, oh, I just bit my thumb. Because I haven't been working, I haven't been able to keep up with anyone. Even Josh Seki, massive streamer, I'm always up in the chat. Haven't been able to keep with anyone. I need to go back to Valorant. I miss Valorant. To be fair, I don't know how Aris knew Chia and I have no idea. But I'm assuming it's because of Soybeans, right? We just all share the same space. It's amazing. Small internet world. Sometimes people ask me how I can be everywhere. They go on Twitch and I'm just like, I'm stalker. I'm stalker. That's like Dwayne. Dwayne is everywhere. And I think this is amazing. You guys just know so many people. You've been playing Valorant and some Fortnite. Oh, another Fortnite. Also, Miss Streamer, a picture of your necklace isn't... What kind of necklace? This person is like a picture of your necklace, and then it's a really hot photo of her hand with like some jewelry. How did you know? No! You're everywhere because you stalk. You don't stalk. You're a mod everywhere, literally. Everywhere I go, you're a mod. Or if you everyone loves you, and I find that amazing. You're a great person. I think that is my favorite necklace. It's very strong, very veiny. She melted like Elfie. Water and me poof. What kind of water? What kind of water? How does Elphaba shower? Do you still play comp on Valorant, Riri? Right. My love. I need to go piss girl in a second. Caro, this is a reminder. Have you eaten anything today, my love? This is a reminder that if you haven't done so, your wife with the necklace is asking you very politely for you to do that. You do sometimes. You're so brave. I'm scared of playing Valorant comp on Valorant. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Everyone that plays Valorant, like literally everyone, even like Radiant and Immortal or whatever, I find them so brave. It just stresses me the fuck out. Out! Today, as in the whole day, well, I hope you've eaten anything throughout the entire day. Jesus Christ. We're just doing stickers. Okay, this seems better, you know? A little bit closer. I'm just scared that you guys are not gonna get...
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
Oh. Save the game! Why is that so big? Why is that so big? That's what she said. Oh my god. Okay, basically, now that we've got our first throne gift, oh my god, I'm so thankful. This means I can publish a make the throne channel public because it's been private all this time. How the fuck do I do this? Oh, this falls so easily. Okay,
hello,
let me
you've
go through
reached
chat.
customer services. How may I help you today?
I don't care as much as Soy does. She is insane. She's amazing. She's really good. She has a really good mental, in my view. She has a really good mental. And I love being there even. Like, I mostly lurk because, again, I'm working. But, like, the way I find... I think she... Not to guess for her, obviously. Like, don't know her that well. I just mostly like watching, obviously. Because I've only gone into her streams. But I think she doesn't know how, like, chill she is. She's really chill. She has a really good mental. Does that make sense? Comp is scary. People are just like, the Valorant community is just... Dulce, save the game! Save the game! I need a reminder like that for Dragon Age, literally. Like, off stream as well. I did not know this was a whole thing. What do you mean a whole thing? That's what she said. Damn right. We knew that. We knew. I know I'm just... Summertime ball, how we feel? This is my friend. This is my brand new single. I do know this alert. Nico, thank you so much for the sub. Hi, baby. How's Lurkies? Thank you so much for the sub. I do not deserve you all. What the fuck? Everyone is so nice. Why are you guys being nice to me? I can't hear the alerts. Let me. Why can't I hear the alerts? Why can't I hear the alerts? I can't hear. Nico, thank you so much for the sub, my love. I don't deserve you all. Look, it's Glinda. Do we like her? Her skirt is pretty. What did I miss on chat? I love hearing her being toxic. Literally.
Merry Christmas.
Guys! Every time someone stuff, I'm gonna do. Guys, thank you so much for the hype train as well. Doivo, thank you so much for the and Kun, thank you so much for the lurk. Oh my god, thank you all so much, Chad. Your support is truly, deeply, gracefully, thankfully, everyly in the grammar world appreciated. Appreciated. And you guys get emotes. And yeah, right. She is so hilarious being toxic back. Like, I wish I had that mental like she does when she's being quote unquote toxic. And she's just amazing. I love her call outs. I love everything about Soy. What did you get right? Wait. What? Should I just text you randomly and be like, remember to save in Dragon Age, bitch, please? Belinda! Oh, Nico, you're so nice. And River, you're so nice. Of course, for the lyrics, my love, go eat. Go be careful. I need to go piss, girl, in a second. I'm getting fucking bloated. Look, I'm carrying a baby. Oh, not my camera glitching. The worst position ever. The worst position ever. Guys, would you mind if I run some ads? Like, my camera is starting to be a bitch. Would you mind if I run some ads so I can go piss, girl? When I'm toxic back, I just fuck up my words because English with French accent. You're French? Are you French? I thought you were from like... Not Germany, what was it? I don't remember. Go piss, girl. I'm being... You French? Je ne parle pas français. Was that good? Was that good? I would just message me on Discord being like, be sure to save in Dragon Age XX. Hope this helps. Belgian French part. Oh. Hello. I know this is, you said Belgian French part. I'm like, hello. Wie geht's? And then I can say, je ne parle pas français. Je ne parle pas français. All right, I'm gonna go piss, girl. Should I just leave you guys with Glinda? I'm gonna leave you guys with Glinda. I'm gonna leave you guys with Glinda. Wait, I think I can, like... Did the song pause? Look. It has... Oh, is it? It's glitching. I'm so sorry for that. I'll be right back. You guys go hydrate and go eat something if you haven't done so already. And go piss girls yourselves as well. I'll be right back. Loathing. Oh my god, I didn't run the ads! I'm so stupid. Okay. I'm not back. Ignore this. I'm not back. Ignore this. I'll be right back. Right, if you're here. Oh my god, my camera's lagging. Hold up. I need to... Hold up. At this. It may be getting very warm. Hello. Why is he doing that? Hold up. Okay, let me put this on BRB. Hello, streamer. Bye, streamer. I don't know why it keeps connecting on have iTunes open. I'm smart. Bessie, no, you're smart, honey. I'm a blonde, not bright. And right, if by any chance you're still here and listening to this, I hope you have the most wonderful night. Hope you have the best sleep. And if I don't catch you before the end of the year, I hope you have a wonderful transition into 20. Why is it? I hope you have a lovely transition into 2025. Because you deserve it. Why is it lagging? I don't understand. It is lagging a lot. Welcome back from break. I'm sorry I forgot to run the ads. I'm so sorry. Am I smart? I can tell you some facts about ships. I think that's as far as it goes. Thank you. Happy New Year. Oh, yeah, Happy New Year to everyone in chat. And oh, why is it lagging? Wait, I think I'm going to swap to... It's doing this. Here's one thing I'm... Hold up. Sorry, chat. Technical break. I'm saying... Get out. Hello, instructions. I'm swapping phones because I think my iPhone 12 is getting very warm. Let me install the other app. Sorry, chat. I'll be right there with you. Thank you so much for bearing with me. Is this a pro one? Yeah, I think so. No way, there's no way. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. I hate Technical issues. Ay! No, my camera. Work, please. I don't know what I did, but I just fucked up Glinda. Sorry, Chad. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? Oh, staying on now. Why is it doing that? Not connecting to my computer for some reason, and I just spent money on this app today. Ugh. I need to find a permanent way of getting like access to camera, like a reliable camera other than my Logitech. Welcome back to my double chin. Hope you enjoyed my double chin. Are we at least finishing Glinda today? That's my question. Can we at least finish Glinda today? I really want to play like a game. It's only midnight. It's only midnight where I'm at. It's only midnight. At least the technical issues that I'm having are not as bad as the other ones that I was having with Dragon Age. Like the actual like glitches. A bit delayed. It's just choosing Wi-Fi for some reason, and I don't know why. Because it's connected to USB. Oh, love me. I love this movie. This is Dream Girls. Have you wordled today? I haven't wordled in a really long time, bestie. I haven't wordled in a really long time. Let me take a painkiller. Can I even post painkillers on Twitch? Why are you glitching? Oh god. Would you guys like me to continue this on Thursday? If I like, obviously I can't find and finish it. Or would you like guys like it for me to play Star Persona on Thursday, sponsored by Tintin? You go sleep. Of course, it's so late for you. If I don't catch you tomorrow, have a happy new year. I will make sure to drop in a message on the Discord. Have I joined your Discord? Or I'll check in later if I can remember, my love. Have a lovely a lovely night, both and sleepies, both you and Conde. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for all the presents. I do not deserve you, and there's absolutely no need for all of that. I appreciate your presence, but obviously I also appreciate your presence. It's really so kind of have an amazing time tomorrow, my love, and obviously happy new year. Tell them of you in advance. Chat, this was a song that I was singing all day. I think this is my favorite song of the musical. I think this is the end of Act 2. Should be making good. I think these are like the last pieces. I'm hearing Wicked. We are. Listen, this is my favorite song. Right. What's your favorite song from the musical, if you have one? Oh no, not this again. I'm going to start singing it. I'm going to. It really just happened. Have I actually understood his weird quirk? Try to suppress. How the fuck is it going? Is a talent that could help me meet the wizard. How does this go in? I make. What the fuck? Oh, I'll make good. I love this song so much. And I meet the wizard. You've been obsessed with all of them. Literally, since the movie and the soundtrack came out, I've pretty much only either listened to Chapel Roan or the Wicked soundtrack. Nothing else, I don't think so. I don't think anything else. It's just so good. It's so good. Say to me, I see who you truly are. Growing on mic and realize. How the fuck does this go in? Oh, wrong one. How many times have you watched the movie, Rye? I've watched it. Yes. I would love to go see the actual musical as well. I would love to. Sorry for the lag today. I think my iPhone is getting very warm. No father is not proud of you. No sister acclaimed. All of us just love you. Is this a bag? And this gift or this curse I have inside. Maybe a lost soul. Oh yeah, was it? I think we spoke about this. Wasn't it? Was it with you that you said that it was what's it called? It had the German translation. Oh, more. Is it wants more stickers. I want stickers. Stickers. I don't want stickers. If I. And here's a QR code if you want to take a screenshot. Sorry for the state of my nails. I had fake nails. Here's a QR code if you want to take a screenshot. I don't know what it is. Don't spoil it. Oh, wee. A Glinda. Oh my god, I need to. This is a G. A G. A G for what, Chad? It's not Glinda. Sorry, I need to. This needs to be in front of me, otherwise I can't. Oh my god, it's terrible. This is terrible. I hate stickers. I hate stickers. And I'll stand there, feeling things I've never felt. The cold is raining away. Shut up, there. Is it? Melt! And so it will be for the rest of my life. And I want nothing else till I die. Oiled into chiasine. It's not scanning! It's a video! With French and Flemish subtitles. Boring Gelfie. Gelfie? We will be hosting a movie night with Wicked soon. On the Discord though, because it's coming out on digital tomorrow. It's too late. I took the money. Bitch, you won't even share a little bit. See, I call you a bitch sometimes. It's affectionate. A bag. Oh my god, the state of my nails. That is embarrassing. You cry. Oh my god, she's a busy gal. She's gonna have a bag and a wand. Fuck me. Fuck me. Was around. Falling. Ta-da! You'll be back soon, you'll see. It's out tomorrow. Yeah, on digital. I mean, It's out in 5 minutes, I think. Oh, you just reminded me. I forgot to say thank you to Jessaton because she collected a banana collector. I'm so sorry. Dreamers! Dreamers! Thank you so much for the lurks, my love. Can we get a shout out for Dreamies? Please, just in case you are not following my one of my other amazing waifus, please go follow them. They are amazing. And they also play a lot of Persona. I hope you're well, my love. Oh, and if I don't catch you, it's obviously gonna be lurking, but obviously if you want to, I'm logging them. I hope you have an amazing switch into 2025, my love. Me sick, but I'm going to visit you, and I'm going to take all of your sickness away, and I'll take all of the sickness away from you, my love. We're building the wand now. This is a very omniscious wand. Hi, Jessathan. Sorry, my love. I'm terrible at catching up. I appreciate your banana collector and your lurkies, my love. You're just being here. You'll be back. I got him. I am my. I don't know. Better like. Maybe it's getting too warm because I'm have it charging. Where does this fit? Of course, Dreamies. I miss you dearly. I miss you dearly. I hope to catch you up on your stream soon. Sorry, because of Christmas, I was just mentioning earlier, I haven't been able to barely catch with anyone. It's crazy. Da 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 da. It's still not doing any. I'm sorry for the lag today, chat. I think I need to end stream soon. I think my phone is getting too warm. Clearly, Elgato is just not a reliable. Look, she was a fish. Clearly not a reliable source of camera. Clearly not. I love this song. Got a wand. Oh, let's. That's a weird, like, kind of like pink touch to the wand. I don't like it. It looks like those things that stick to the wall. Does that make sense? But she looks so cute. Look. Yeah, it took me nearly 5 hours. It took me nearly 5 hours. Failed cold. Oh my god. I'm in love. Jonathan Bailey, I mean Honk. Jonathan Bailey comes on screen and we immediately go woof woof woof. You know what? I get it, girlies. For Jonathan Bailey, there's like still a very exclusive amount of men that I still get it. I still get it. Woof 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 woof. I still get it. Am I missing a piece or what? It's just life, so keep dancing through. I'm going to start putting the bags inside the box. Spare pieces. LEGO is so much fun. Look at her. Look, it's Glinda. The details are. Sorry, Chad. The details are so cute. You endless trouble is right. I don't know the lyrics of everything. When you're dancing through life. You know what's one show that I need to watch? It's that one he's got where he's portraying a gay guy in like, was it like the 50s, 60s? What's the name of the actor? Talking about Jonathan Bailey and the other guy. What's his name? So famous, and I don't know his name. Meet there later tonight. Jonathan Bailey. And then still it's night. Find the prettiest girl. That's her. Where was he? Oh, fellow travelers. Matt something. What's his name? Matt Boomer. How the fuck do I not know Matt Boomer's name? Listen to life. If only because dust is what we come to. Nothing matters, but knowing nothing matters. Just life. Do I start back 3 today? It's already midnight. Who is Matt Boomer? It's Matt Boomer, right? Yeah, Matt Boomer. Matt Boomer. Chad, I called it Matt Boomer. Matt Boomer. Chad, I called him Matt Boomer. Happy New Year's Eve, Chad! Oh my god! It's Matt Boomer. You don't know him? He's epic gay. He's gay, right? Pretty sure he's gay. Yeah, massive gay. Like us. You would do. Oh no, you're seeing my trash. Not my trash. I just have clothes to organize in a book and presents, and I don't want you guys seeing. Look, that's all just presents. I don't want you guys seeing that. Ooh, I don't know how to do this. Hold up. Okay, let me put on BRB. Sorry, I'm back. I was sorting out the camera because I didn't want you guys seeing my shit. I have clothes to like pack up for my travels. And that's like all Christmas present like stuff. Because I was wrapping Robin's present earlier. Who is Matt Boomer? We're on about. You don't know Matt Boomer? He was in American Horror Story with Lady Gaga. He's massive famous. He was in Magic Mike. Magic Mike XXL. American Horror Story, as I said. He's like mad famous. Apparently he was in another. There are 3 Magic Mikes. He was in Me Before You. That's one of my favorite movies. And I don't remember this. Matt Bomer. We stand gay Matt Boomer. It's Matt Bomer. Bomer. But Happy New Year's, everyone. Oh my god. Oh, chat, I am exhausted. And my camera is like already like, I think it's too warm. I need to find a more reliable form of like a good quality camera. We did Glinda though. Would you guys want me to play Persona on Thursday? Or would you guys like me to finish? I'm finishing this on stream. I'm like leaving this. I want to finish it. Or would you guys want me to yeah, would you guys want me to start Persona on Thursday? And then Lego on Saturday. I think I'm streaming on Saturday. Do you have a preference? I would really like to. I personally would like to finish the set as soon as possible, but I'm so thankful for Tintin to like get me. Oh my god, I'm sorry for the lag. Get me the like a game I've always wanted, and this is so kindly got me the game. I'll obviously stream it, and I think it's a great streaming game. And I miss visual novels on stream. You can finish the set then. Okay, so we'll finish the set on Thursday. I am working on Thursday. Right? And I'm working on Friday. right? That's okay. I'll try and be more focused on Thursday. But you guys are amazing. You guys make me. Yeah. Okay, so I'll finish the set on Thursday. Hopefully my phone stops being a fucking bitch. And oh my god, this year flew by so quickly. You stream at the same Thursday. I'll be home in time. Eee! Oh my god, you're gonna go back home on Thursday. Oh, I hope you enjoyed the rest of your time. You deserve lollipops. Do we read out? You are so beautiful, wonderful, and we deserve each other. Don't you see? This is our chance. We deserve each other, don't we, Buck? This was me on karaoke. Let's dance. All right, SpongeBob. Let's dance. Okay, I have two options. I have co-working. I've always wanted to rate out. Oh, they're finishing Pomo in 10 minutes. Okay, we've got co-working with Moda Scorpio, but they're still on Pomo. And they're only ending in 10 minutes. And then we've got BB Senpai. The wonderful BB Senpai. He's playing Honor Mode in Baldur's Gate. So we've got... The thing is, how acceptable... Hold up, let me refresh my camera. Us, only because dust is what we come to. End up changing. Ballgate? Do we do Ballgate? How is it? Let's do Ballgate. Because I don't know how it is with like Pomo culture. Can we raid out during the thing? Or do we usually like... I don't know how it is. I don't know how that culture is. Should we go with BB Senpai then? They're so lovely. Like, I see them on the socials, and one day they followed me, and I've always been like wanting to like... I'm also trying to rate out more people that I don't know, you know? Let's go with Baldur's Gate. There's a lot of tasks on their things. And I don't want to disrupt them. Okay, let's go with Baldur's Gate. So, is that the right one? Of course not. Hold up. I'm going to edit this real quick. Real quick. How do I do this? Thank you so much. I need to edit the command. Why am I lagging? So we're going to start rating out to BB Senpai. I would like to take the opportunity to thank you guys all so much for being here and for being here today and for being here the entire year. It's been nearly a full year of it's been near... Okay, I was off for 3 months, but I was still pretty much like active on like around our community and whatnot, and on socials. And despite it all, I'm so glad I came back. I am so glad I came back. And it's been a hefty year. Hefty, is that the word? No, it's been a crazy year in the greatest of ways. And I am so glad I picked up on this hobby. And I've met so many wonderful people. Streaming wise, yeah, crazy. I'm really glad I picked up on this hobby. Personal wise, I'm glad I'm a lesbian. I'm glad I'm a lesbian. Damn right. So we're going to start reading out BB. Is that the right one? Please. If you'd like to join us, feel free to use. Yeah, very bittersweet. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're a lesbian. I'm glad I'm a lesbian. I'm glad we're gay. Imagine we weren't gay. Ow! I'm joking. Your words mean so much to me, my love. I'm gonna go cry in the bathroom now. And this is just a start. This is just a start. This is literally just the start. Hopefully, only if my PC, knock on the wood, goes bazookas, will these go for a break? If not, I'll find a solution. This is not the end of me. Yet! Join us on the Discord as well if you'd like. And most importantly, have fun tomorrow. Be safe. If you're not going out, that's also okay. I'm sorry for the lag. We're raiding out now. And I love you all so, so much. I'll keep in touch. I'll see you on Thursday. Bye.